The stream is live. I'm waiting for YouTube to kick in.
Oh, I got to turn the sound down. Just did a
That's
video.
what I got to do. Waiting for it to come on. There we
Okay.
go. That takes care of the echo.
Well, hello. We're doing another chat tonight, and let's see who's on the side. West Covina Dodge is here. Andy, Tactical Fud. I need my glasses. Ooh, I got well. Cranky is driving. He'll be here soon. And mine just came on. James Pollard's here. MC is here. Andre Giangelo is here. Okay, I hope I didn't miss anybody. Did I? No. All right, now we're caught up. So Andy has new stuff coming, and let's start with that.
Well, first I want to talk about the Dan Wesson.
Okay.
Last week we were talking how I had an issue that I would cock it or double action, and it would not always turn the cylinder.
Yeah.
And I did replace the handspring a while ago. So it was like, okay, what the hell's going on now? I open it up, and the spring is not in the slot that it's supposed to be, and it popped out.
Oh, easy fix then, right?
Yeah, well, at this point, I decided to fully strip the gun again. And I found a really good video compared to what I was working with to really show you the gun. Mm-hmm. and how to take it totally down to every last little pin and spring period to a blank frame. And it was really, really good. Anyway, so I took it all apart. And I found a burr or two, cleaned it up a little bit and things like that. Cleaned all the parts up in the ultrasonic cleaner, boiled everything up, put it all back together. And I think I know how the spring came detached. The hand itself is just doesn't sit in place. It kind of the spring pressure kind of lifts it up a little bit. And it could pop off the post. So it possibly during the time when I had it all back together and put the side cover back on, it popped the spring probably.
Yeah.
So I'm holding it with my hand, the cylinder, and I can't cock it. It won't go. I got to let the pressure go. So obviously it's working.
Good.
Okay. So that was a pleasant surprise, although I do have two spare springs just in case.
Yeah.
And I contacted CZ and I bought a spring kit, which is all the original OEM parts from Dan Wesson, not made by CZ. I bought a complete kit. It was only $49. It was like, how could I not buy it? So that's coming. That's just to have spare everything. So now I'm waiting to go to the range and try her out. So
all right.
Looks like the Dan Wesson is fixed.
I love the easy fixes.
Well, I'm not it's just the only revolver I really ever took apart. I have an old Chief 2-inch Chief. Was that Smith & Wesson? Is that it? I don't know. It's an old one from the 50s.
You're talking revolver?
Yeah.
Chief Special.
Yeah, Chief Special. And that gun, I only paid $50 for it. I bought it from a cop. And he just, unloaded it. So I played with that. And I took that apart years and years and years ago. And that was simple compared to the Dan Wesson.
That's a good deal. Garage Guy's here. $50 for Smith & Wesson all day long. If it works.
But that was back in the 70s.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't today. It was back in the 70s, late 70s. Okay. It was like one of the cops I used to know well. I used to have credentials. I used to train the police that were having troubles meeting their shooting criteria.
Uh-huh.
And I used to have private sessions and help them find out where their mistakes were to show them how to shoot better. That's all. Most of them don't even go to the range, so you know they have no clue.
Is
And
it a
that's
round? Is it a round butt or a square butt?
round,
Nice, perfect.
you know, and I've had that forever. I haven't shot it much. It works fine, but
Oh,
you know, it just sits in. It used to be my ankle strap. Actually, that was my first carry gun with a shoulder holster. That's the first gun I carried. The Dan Wesson was the next purchase of my guns, and then the next purchase was the Hammerly, and
okay.
then the Browning BDA and 380. That was that which became my carry gun.
Okay, on your shoulder rig, is it up here?
Yeah, it's actually cross.
Okay, cross. Okay, because the ones that go up really tuck in nice. I mean, you can.
Yeah, I have my this one actually. This one you can rig it either way.
Mhm.
I didn't like it downward. I always felt like the gun was going to fall out in my mind.
Yeah, I know. I know. I have some that are strapless. So when they're right under your armpit here, and when you pull up and out
Yeah.
like that,
Yeah,
there's nothing.
it's
It's got
rig.
this, it's leather and it's got this elastic on the backside.
Right.
I think I did a video where the movie Bullet with Steve McQueen, he's putting one on, as a cow,
Right.
and I started laughing. Yeah, and they just go like that.
Yeah.
They're so nice, but yeah, you worry about it upside down. The gun I showed today in the video, the little snub, that's a Model 19. That I have a thumb strap, but it's tucked like that too. But you got to thumb strap it out.
Yeah. So that's the Dan Weston. I'm waiting to actually shoot it now and see where we go. So I guess that's the first thing to talk about. The second thing is my new acquisition.
Okay, Jag1 is here. Okay, I'm going to throw in names as we go.
Garage guy.
Your garage guy's here.
Yep.
Okay, shoot.
And Andre D'Angelo is here.
Yes.
Okay. So I decided to go with a lever action 357. And there was no way I was going to buy a Henry. I don't have money for that. I could buy 2 Rossies for that,
Yep.
So,
well, here's the thing: the Henry firing pins are breaking all the time.
That's what I hear.
Because it happened to 6-shooter Texan. So
Yep.
I started doing Google searches just to see, because I've never been in a Henry. It's kind of a copy of a Marlin, but different. Everything's different. And I'm trying to find the firing pin just to look at it, just to see, if it's easy to make, stuff like that. Anyway, what were we getting at? I went brain dead. So while I was doing that, there were tons of people with broken firing pins, and they're all complaining, you got to send them back now. And they were 357s and different calibers. So you got to watch out for that. They won't hand out their firing pins, which is stupid.
Yep. So I went around online looking around, seeing what the prices were, Gun Grabber, all those places. Hey, West Covina.
Eddie.
And the going rate was $740 to $769. Okay. And then of course to get it, I'd have to ship it, pay for shipping and whatnot, whatever. So I'd still have to pay tax. So it didn't make much of a difference. My local dealer sold to me basically for the same price. I bought it in full for less than $800.
All right. What barrel length did you get? You got stainless. That's what you wanted.
I got stainless, and I got the 20-inch.
Okay, 20-inch. All right.
I wanted the longer barrel.
Yeah.
And, so that's set, and it should be here. I'm thinking before the end of this week. So I hope to have it in my possession by next weekend. And so now I got a million questions on it.
Oh,
Okay. Not about the rifle itself, but my issue is that the eyes ain't what they should be. So I'm trying to figure out what to do with it now. The scope mount, the Picatinny rail is no problem. There's a few different people with them. And it just, the screw holes are there already. So I'm just waiting to get the rifle. He says some have come through without the screw holes. So I want to make sure I have them before I buy the part.
yeah. Usually it's the older ones. I thought all the new ones had holes under the sight now, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Anybody can make a mistake when they make something. So,
Yeah.
okay. So that's number first. When I get that, I'll order the Picatinny rail. And then the other issue is that it's top eject.
That's okay.
Okay. Well, I hate chasing my brass.
Yeah, but you can do them if you're not rapid firing. You just open it like that. You can catch it with your hand right there. Just turn it sideways, rack it.
But I want to do. I'm debating what to do is to put a red dot on it or a pistol scope.
Yeah.
Because obviously I can't put. I have one CV Life. The thing's monstrously long, and it'll look ridiculous on that gun.
Yeah, and you won't have the eye relief. You need a pistol scope anyway.
Yeah, I need the the distance. So pistol scope. So red dot. I'm standing there with a pistol at arm's length. With my rifle, it'll actually be closer. So I can't see why a red dot won't work. Which I have that cheap one that I took off the Dan Wesson to play with before I buy something.
Yeah,
So,
a red dot will work just fine.
okay, now my issue is again, the eyes ain't what they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at 50 yards, this target's going to be blurry. Probably even with glasses on. So I don't know what I'm doing yet. Okay, so
Well, with the red dot, make sure your bowl is big. Big black bowl in the center of that dot, depending on your range. Hopefully your dot's 2 MOA.
yeah, I'm going to buy it to MOA. I don't want anything bigger than that.
Yeah, so at about 70 for me with the 2 MOA dot, 70 yards, I need a black circle about as big as this,
Yeah,
the little plate.
6 inches.
Yeah, 5-6 inches.
I'm aiming at half-inch dots. Give me a break.
I know. Just use the bigger targets.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that. I just I can put I can buy stick on stickers, so 3-inch, 4-inch, whatever. See
Yeah,
what works.
at 50 you can do a 4-inch, and then at 100 you're going to want the pie plate, the small plate size.
So I don't. We'll see. We'll see. Again, I'm not worried about. I'm not going to be shooting 100-yard targets with it. It's not what its purpose is. It's just to have some neat. I wanted something else, and I didn't want anything high caliber. I didn't want anything big. I almost went for a 44. Okay, but again, every time I was thinking of the caliber, now I need new dies. I got to get the brass. I got to get new molds. I said, you know what? I'm set with what I got, so just buy 357.
Yeah, and do you have molds that are flat tip bullets, semi-wads, whatever?
Yeah, I got. Well, that's my the 100 and what is it? 170 grain lead flat nose truncated cone, I should say.
Yeah, as long as they're not.
Semi-wad. You could not. It's really a semi-wad cutter, and I'm shooting them in zinc. 100 and what are they? 113, 103 grains. 130. I forget what they. 103 grains, and they shoot flawlessly out of the Dan Wesson. So,
All right, Rollis is here. Yeah, just no no pointy bullets. You know about that, so you don't hit primers in your.
Oh yeah, I got nothing pointy. I
Yeah.
got I have the Lee 148 grain semi wad cutter. That's in lead. And then I got full wad cutters, which I don't know how the rifle's going to react with them. I've, you know, they may give me trouble till the gun breaks in. I don't know.
No, they should be fine. You want to make up some dummy rounds for your length, feeding, carrying up. Okay.
Well, I've been busy reloading every night this week, different stuff. And, if it doesn't feed, I'm shooting out of the Dan Wesson anyway, so it doesn't matter. I can't make it much shorter than I'm doing it. And I'm only mostly going to shoot 38s out of it, so it shouldn't be a problem.
No, 38.
Okay. And the 357, that same 170 grain semi-wad cutter, is seated. The seat depth is the top piece of the top edge of the bullet. The driving bands, the top band is just at the same as the shell length. So, and that's where your crimp is. So it's I don't see that having a problem feeding either. But
no, it's just sometimes when you have a big bullet and you're loading long, sometimes the levers won't carry up,
yeah,
or if they do, they'll be like this and not want to.
yeah, I'm not loading long. Okay, that's it's I'm loading what the book calls for overall length, and it's shorter than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I thought it would. There is a crimp band, and I thought should be there. So when I first seated, I put it there, then I measured, and I go, "Wow, there's a big difference." And so I seated it to what the book said, and I've shot them out of the Dan Wesson, and they're accurate as hell. So obviously it works. So so that's good. So the biggest thing is to find I got that cheap red dot to throw on there, so I'm not worried about that for experimental.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know what I might switch to a green dot. A lot of people are saying, who was it? Reloading from the hot pot. He says he will never buy a red dot again. He's only going green. He says no starbursts, whatever. But
No, it's not the starburst. It's just picking up stuff in the background. Only the cheap dot starburst.
Well, my Hollison I see a starburst. It's not as bad as the cheap one was, but I mean, I see it's still there for me. Having a stigma.
Hollison.
Yeah, I have the Romeo 5. Not Hollison. The Romeo 5. Sorry, it's the 6.
I was going to say a Hollison doesn't usually starburst, and what you do, as long as if you crank it up too bright, you're going to starburst. Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, I lowered it to where one click down was no starburst. One click up, it's barely there. That's where I have it set.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's working okay. It just I'm happy with it. I'm not disappointed. It just reloading from the hot pot. He's doing competition stuff, and so is his wife is playing. And when he put the first green dot on one of his guns, and he says that he found the target quicker, no starbursts, and his wife picked up and shot it. And she says, "That's it, no more red dots." So they really seem to like. I don't know which one he bought. He could have a $500 one for all I know.
Yeah, it's just some people see the green out in the woods better. I don't care either way. Most of mine are red dots.
So like I said, I have the cheap one that I'm going to put on there, and just see where it goes, and and I just don't have what it is. I don't have a pistol scope to try to see which I would like better.
Yeah.
And, I'm not going to spend any money. There's stuff out there. I bookmarked a bunch of stuff on Amazon. What's this? Burris. They have stuff for like $90.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
The problem with the pistol scope on the lever, it's a little bulky. So I put the little tiny cheapo on mine, my 44. I like it. It's only 2.5 power.
And now this one's variable. That's why I picked a specific to have the variable. This way I can turn it down for close and turn it up for distance. I'll see my half-inch dot.
Yeah, the thing with the variable pistols are when you crank them up, man, your eye is so hard to.
Well, it's only 2 to 6. It's not like 2 to 20 or something. It's only like a 2 to 6 or 3 to 6, 3 to 7, something like that. I saw.
Yeah, but the pistols really react as far as your eye relief and everything.
Oh, okay.
So to me, a pistol scope's better off being fixed in about 2.5 hour, 4 at the max.
Okay. Yeah, again, I'm just trying to. I haven't made a decision either way. I'm going to start with the red dot. And
Yeah.
if I'm getting decent groups, then I'll stay with the red dot.
On a rifle, it's much easier than a pistol because a pistol, you have this length, and
Yeah.
I have like a 3 to 9, a really good pistol scope, and it's miserable shooting when it's up on my contender.
Right.
Like this, trying to center my eye, right?
Oh, okay.
So I just crank her down. And I was like, why do I need all this carcass when I use it on low power?
Then there's always to buy a magnifier for the red dot too. So
Yeah, if they'll both stack on your thing.
I got plenty of room. So
I don't know if the magnifier is going to have eye relief issues.
well, I was watching stuff on today, and the guy had it on an AR, and the back of the magnifier was over the eject port, so it's pretty far up the gun. So I would think that would be okay. But I'm not going to go spend money foolishly. I'm going to figure out. I'm going to start off with that cheap thing I have, and if it works, great.
Okay, Preacher's Day Off is here, and Hobbies Hobo is here. Hey, guys. Yep.
And my zinc is catching on. Someone else contacted me. I don't even remember. I don't think he's even seen him on chats. He's just seen the video of mine and knows how to get the email address off the YouTube, channel if you put it there. And he emailed me, how can I buy some of those bullets from you?
All right.
So, and then of course, Papa's place, he's had a tough week, but he finally got an email to me. He wants some stuff for 300 blackout.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take care of him. And I guess that's about it. I spent most of the day today cleaning leaves. The joy of the fall time here on Long Island. What hurts the most is my trees are bare, so I'm cleaning everyone else's.
Okay, this is for Pat. I'm just going to torture him a little bit.
Uh-oh.
I put that thumbnail up just for you, right? All right, so this is it. It's a Traditions 450 or 550.
Oh, good. I can't afford that even if I scrape the couches for quarters. So
Okay.
good deal. I'm safe.
All right, but I knew you would snicker when you saw that on a thumbnail.
Oh yeah. But you teased me with the Nickel Smith and didn't shoot it, you bastard.
Hey, we're doing a different, yeah. We were doing a theme there, yeah. Is this what you want?
Yep.
I came up with that today, and we just shot that video.
It was like 720, 740 when you put that up or something.
Yeah. Well, your time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw that together. I could have done it better, but I was in a hurry. I wanted to get it out and off the phone.
No, it was good.
Okay.
It was good. You get a double thumbs up.
The problem was it was overcast. So when I had the idea, the sun was bright out there. But then of course, when you go to record, the clouds started coming over the sun and it wasn't half as bright as, I wanted it, but whatever. My high power almost didn't even show up. Anyway, it was fun. Just Jeff is here. Hey, Just Jeff. So yeah, I saw the blunderbuss. I got the email. That was Midway, and I started laughing. I'm like, boom, thumbnail.
Well, I guess it's okay because it's not a firearm.
Yeah.
So I got the shit.
There goes the lamp.
All right. So I got the Traditions trade rifle.
Mm.
And the damn lock's fucked up on it. So I just got a new spring for it and don't have a flintlock spring compressor. I got one of those coming from eBay, but that's next. I'll be working on the flintlock. Maybe it needs a blunderbuss for a partner.
Yeah. Yeah, those they're tricky because you got to hold it, while you're waiting for it to go off.
Oh yeah, but a blunderbuss would be cool because you could shoot like
anything.
gravel and nails,
anything, and it'll take out a door.
Yeah, tacks. I think tacks would be really cool.
I did the fish hooks.
Yep.
With the mold, the fish hooks with the ball on the ends.
Yep.
Different sizes. And the little tiny ones, they were like one of the smallest balls, like $4 with hooks on them. You just see hooks and everything all over the target. It's hilarious. Preacher says rock salt. There you go.
Yep. I'll throw some of that in too. You can have tacks and rock salt.
Gunswater is here. Yeah, you have an intruder, you hit him with the rock salt, and then his whole body is black anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And with the smoke, you could run. No one knows where you went.
No, but if I get an intruder at the door, it's going to be the martini. Follow up will be the bayonet, but I think I can go through him, the door, the three guys behind him.
The car, the engine block.
And burn them too.
Old primers. I thought about that because I'm always checking old primers out of the presses, but they're kind of light.
Ooh, I got a bucket of pistol primers. Yeah, that could be nasty.
Yeah, they're light though. What they do is because I've probably experimented with everything in a shotgun, and they start just floating in the air. You need weight.
Now there's a thought. I could put like a teaspoon of glitter in there too. I wonder if it'd catch fire though. Huh.
That flintlock needs a pistol grip. Can you read the side chat?
Yeah, but the eyes are a little fuzzy, so sort of, pretty much. Let's see.
Yeah.
Marbles. Preacher says marbles.
Marbles, yep.
Yep.
Yeah, and a blunderbuss doesn't care what the size shell it is.
No.
I'm sure pirates filled them to about this much. Yeah, Gunswatter saw that. Yeah, I let Midway give me emails. There's only a few companies. The rest are all spam, and they're nothing but overpriced. Midway's been pretty good. I just got dice for 223, everything I need. And man, I had it in like 3 days. And they gave me a tracking number that night, right after I ordered.
Yep, got to say that Midway might not be the cheapest, but they're fast.
Let's see, we got Cannon Builder here and Crazy Scotsman's here.
They're only fast depending on where you live.
Yeah, but they labeled it and shipped it out. You know, I tracked it. They shipped it the next day, so that's good.
Yeah, I usually get the next. I order it today, depending on the time. We'll ship the next day or the day after, and then the postal service sends my mail goes to Massachusetts, so it goes right past me, and then has to come back. So it takes an extra day.
Yeah, I wish Tin Man was here because he complains that they ship everything in giant bubble wrap.
Yep.
This time I got a box, so I didn't think it was from Midway. Didn't even say Midway on it, you know. Open it up, and it was everything to load 223.
I get my stuff is always in a box from Midway. Never had anything come the other way. Oh, I have one last thing to talk about. Lee has released a new case correlator. It's five tubes instead of 4.
Wow.
It has with the top, whatever the correlator top.
Yeah.
Okay. They're having a special on it on Titan, and the way it works is you set that up once, the height on you press once, and you just change an insert on the bottom for different calibers.
Okay, I was going to say, because then you'll need the 5-hole at the bottom, but it must trickle to your other.
Yep.
APP.
Yep. It says APP, ACP, all their presses. It works on all their presses.
So you don't need to change the mount at the bottom.
No.
Wow. How much are they?
I think it's $49 delivered. Oh, I can tell you in a second. Hold on. Let me open the email.
5 tubes would be, yeah.
Titan reloading. 5-tube case feed magazine and collator kit. $38.99. Delivered is $48.05.
Okay. Well, I'll have to see if I'm that impatient not to just pour a few more in there and shake them up. But 5 is nice. Yeah.
And it's supposedly the correlator on the top has there's something you in the center you can lift up and down for different size brass so it falls the right way.
Awesome.
Instead of having to put the washer in or whatever.
Yeah, I've never had to put anything in, but I haven't done rifle brass in it.
No, I've only had to put stuff in for small cases like 9mm.
Really?
They go in upside down.
Well, yeah, I guess it's shaker's technique or whatever. I don't know.
Well, I spin it like a circular motion, but every now and then I get a case that would go in upside down. So all you do is there's a hole in the center anyway. So all I did was I have several correlators. So only one of them, I put a screw in there with a washer the size of a nickel. And instead of 96% cases going in right, I get 99% going in right. So,
yeah.
Oh, and for those of you that have the APP or the ACP and you have their decapping system for the press, what's the name of that company that makes the pins?
Squirrel Daddy.
Huh?
Squirrel Daddy.
Squirrel Daddy makes a pin for that now. Okay, I bought them. That's whatever 3 for $9. It's it's the pin is different. It's not straight all the way through. It's bigger on the top. So I bought those. I've put it in, but I have nothing to deprime right now. So, but and their pin, they have several different diameter pins, and I took the smaller one because the problem I was having was on 38 brass with small flash holes. So
Yeah, I just use the old Universal.
yeah, I have the Universal, but I have the when I bought the ACP, it came with it.
Ah,
Okay, so it was part of the kit. So I have it, so I use it. Yeah, normally I have the Mighty Armory Universal decapper is what I used to use until that thing came along. Because the nice thing about the one that they make, it has like a double plastic insert. One fits inside the other, and that's on the bottom, and your pin goes through that. So when your brass comes over and you push it down, it centers the brass. Instead
okay.
of, where it could be off a little bit. Gotcha. Because the APP you use the slide through shell holder. On the ACP, it's not a slide through; it's just a flat thing. Because that priming system that's what it was made for, and it decaps as well as long as you with their capping system because it centers the brass. So I had it, so I figured, I broke 3 pins so far in that stupid thing on 38 brass, nothing else, 38 brass, and so I went on Squirrel Daddy. And I said, I can't believe they don't make one, and there it was. Because I couldn't, they don't have it on Amazon, at least when I checked. So I got those in too, but I can't tell you how well it works yet because I haven't shot anything to deprime.
Gotcha. Oh, I still got the witch on here. Going out to the garage. I gotta find iced tea too.
The APP is up in price because they changed it. It comes with the priming system now. You don't have to buy an ACP. That's guns and water. The ACP is still available, but the APP also has a priming system on it now. If you go look at it, that's what the extra price is for.
Ah, I get it. So it's all in one.
Yes.
All right, that makes sense.
Okay. And so now you don't have to, on the way to the new home, I had enough of it. I told you to send it to me, Scotchman. I'd figure it out for you, but you didn't want to do it. But anyway, yeah, I mean, right now I have the ACP set up because I'm priming on it and decapping on it. So,
Yep.
So I'm waiting for that new 5-tube feeder to come with the correlator. I don't have anything to deprime right now, so I have to wait till I go shooting again. But it looks like a neat thing, 5 tubes instead of 4, and you don't have to keep adjusting the height for different calibers. I think you take the longest one, you set it up for that, and then the rest just fall in place, I should say.
Hey, Preacher, did you see Sean Strickland and Nina shooting in Nevada? That was pretty funny. She never shot before, and she was doing pretty good. I was surprised Strickland could shoot. Anyway, talking UFC here.
Well, Scotchman, when he gets it, if he has problems, I'd be glad to talk to him on the phone and try to help him with it.
Is that Timothy he's talking about?
I don't know. He said Tim, so there's a Tim S.
There's lots of Tims.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the APP gave me the ACP gave me a little problems when I first got it. It was more of the primer shoot, and you're welcome, Scotchman. The primer trough shoot, whatever you want to call it, was the issue with it. And they sent me a new one, and I still haven't put it in. The other one works fine. I fixed it.
Oh, I got a question for Pat before I forget.
Yes, sir.
You put those little packets in, right? Is that TY? What's that stuff called?
The I put the little packets.
Instead of chewing tobacco.
Oh, well, I think the sale's over. It's they were
No.
on, so they were like
Oh,
free.
they're on. Okay, they're
Yeah,
not. What's the stuff Tucker chews? It's TY something.
yeah,
Okay.
it's something like this. But these guys were trying to break into the market, so 3 for $5, and I'm down to my last like 10 of them. But I bought like we were hitting the 7-Elevens all through Vegas, and I must have bought 100 of them. I've been going for 6 months now without buying Copenhagen.
Yeah, it. I guess Tucker Carlson had changed his life. He loves those things, and I was like, "What is that?" So I started looking it up. But
Well,
it's called TYL or something. I forget what it's called.
yeah, there's a couple of them, but it's just to scratch that nicotine itch. It's you know, it'll be back to Copenhagen for me in another 2-3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Tucker loves tobacco like I do. He was smoking since he was 13 and lived in a household where cigarettes were always burning in the kitchen, and
Yep.
it's bad. Anyway, so now he's on that stuff. Oh well, no, not Tylenol. It's I don't know. It's the biggest, hottest thing now. Anyway,
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's like Zin.
Zen. It's Zen. Zen is what he likes. Fine Ape is here. Hey, Fine Ape. Oh, just so you guys know, Michael Signs is alive. He replied to me on Odyssey. So he's on Odyssey, and then the other one you guys use,
Rumble.
Rumble. So if you want to get a hold of Michael Signs, he's on Rumble and Odyssey. He moved. His dad passed away, and I couldn't read the rest of his message because Odyssey sucks as far as that goes. So I only got half his message. I asked him, "Hey, what's up? What have you been doing?" And I got one line, and then I couldn't pan down.
Well, good deal.
Yeah. So I think he's in Texas now. So I'm gonna have to check Odyssey or the other one because it's I don't know. It's just harder to use and communicate.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna look him up as soon as the chat's over because I miss his rants.
Yeah, I went back on some of his videos and they started his rants. You know, when he went over, when he got on YouTube, and there were rants, and then he mellowed out kind of his. You know what his last video was? At least on Odyssey was hummingbirds.
Oh,
And my reply was hummingbirds. Yeah,
well, all right.
he's got a cat, and he had a bunch of hummingbirds in the yard. All right. I choose steak. There you go. Man, steak's expensive.
Oh, you know what though? We were at Costco last week and we bought a pack of New Yorks
Yeah.
because they wanted like $7 a pound for stew meat, and the steaks were $10 a pound. So it's like, well, all right, fine. We'll do the upgrade, and they were really, really good.
Yeah, I had some New Yorks and they were really good. 3 of them, $30. So it's $10 a steak, but they were thick and they were big.
Yep.
And they were really good. I didn't butcher them. Finally learned how to cook them in a pan.
Okay. That'll work.
Cast iron, I hope.
Yep, and medium rare at the minimum. Yep. But yeah, nice and tender. Awesome. But you can
I'm into hanger steaks and skirt steaks.
cold-hearted bastards here. How's it going? I was going over some old videos because of you.
Good night, MC. Good night, preacher. See you later.
Oh, okay. Good night. Good night, guys.
So for me, it's been okay. I've got these people that I'm working for right now, the bastards that haven't paid me. And so their phone system was going to go down for not paying their license fee.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. So it's like I told the general manager, hey, cut me a check for $5.99. I'll drive down the street and get these guys to renew our license. Nah. I mean, the bureaucracy's crazy. So the check for the phone system's license is expired. It's in a FedEx envelope for Monday. So I was working on that. I got new internet for the house. I was working on that. My router died. And had to do that, add another router in the trunk. And what else? That's the main thing.
I hope you get your check from those guys.
Yeah, so do I.
Bastards. Might have to get that blunderbuss after all.
Wow. Oh, shit. Don't mind the noise. Gotta pick up the shit that dropped or Sylvia would kill herself.
Uh-oh. So did Cranky City butt primers? I wonder how much those were.
I just saw, oh God, somebody had a CCI's small rifle, small pistol magnum, small rifle magnum. The small pistol and small rifle was $79. And they wanted free. It was free shipping, free hazmat, so that's not too bad.
Yeah. Free shipping and hazmat's always nice.
Well, I don't need any. The only thing I want to buy, and I don't know that I'm going to need them, is a small pistol Magnum for my 357. So I only have maybe 200 left. But I don't shoot a lot of 357. I'm gonna just do loads, lower power, regular primer, and go from there for now.
Yeah, well, if you got 2400 powder, you don't need the Magnum.
So
primers.
No, I just I'm not going full blown. I just loaded up 50 full blown with unique behind the zinc bullets, and the things are freaking cruising. And I wonder what the hell. I'm at the point where I might have to sit down and buy a chronograph. But if I buy one, it's going to be the new one, the make Garmin. You put that thing on the floor in front of where you're sitting, and it reads it.
Oh.
It doesn't have to be. It can be a foot to the left. It still reads it.
Sounds pricey.
Yeah, it's $600, but it's brand new. So give it 6 months. Christmas is coming.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I don't know. I've never bothered with one. There's a few people that have put them online and put them in front of their other chronos, different brand chronos. they're within 20 feet per second. So, which
Yeah.
is correct. So,
Yeah, the tough part about indoor ranges is chronographs. Yeah.
so I'm outdoors, but it's the same thing. They told me I can set one up because there's 2 feet or so in front of the bench that's paved. So I got a good place to sit it on, but I don't know if 2 feet's too close.
Not for a standard chronograph. You need to be further away.
So
It's at least 7 feet on a standard chronograph.
yeah, so I mean I can do that too. It'll be
bushes, though, I like that. I said, you really trim down those bushes. I like that because I'm like, they're gonna go again. All that side thing you got.
Here, I'll mute.
You know what?
Well, we should listen to it and tease them.
There is
back.
but the roots are so strong and deep that I'm gonna need to use a shovel to get them out. So I figured,
No, they might talk personal or something, start talking about who knows what. Okay, when he comes on, I'll unmute. Let's see. Yeah, cheapest 65. Sportsman Warehouse was having a sale, and I think there were $60 for pistol primers. Good stuff. None of this, crappy junk out there that's going around that gets light strikes. I think they were Winchester or something.
I'm only buying Remington, Fiocchi, or CCI. That's all I buy, and mostly CCI. But I got a lot of Fiocchis at a good deal. So small rifle.
I used a lot of Winchester. I like the Magnums or the ones for both Magnum and regular because you only need one primer. For the large rifle or large pistol.
I was reading up a little bit. They're telling me that I can use a small rifle in my 357 Magnum, and it will work as they said it's the same as buying Magnum primers. So I don't know.
Well, the rifles are a little taller.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But he says they work, so I don't know.
They're taller and they're harder. So some guns won't torch them off. I'm sure the lever action will.
Well, I'm not. I was just thinking, because I'm really don't plan to be shooting hot loads consistently through any of my guns. So basically, I keep a box full, I keep 50 loaded for defense. Okay, as far as target shooting, they're all reduced loads. So even in the 50 that I load, if I I have plenty of small rifles. So if I did 5 rounds to see what it does,
Did I say that Fuzzy was here? Sorry, Fuzz, if I missed you. I miss anyone else? Yeah. Well, you're going to want to see what it feels like with full up 357 and that lever. It's going to be mild with that 20-inch barrel.
Well, again, the load that I'm shooting out of my Dan Wesson with the zinc bullets as it's coming out at 1,680 feet per second. So it's moving, and out of the lever action, it's got to be over 1,800 or close to it.
That'll work. Let's see. How much tarnish? He's got a question.
Tarnish is
on brass to be safe to shoot.
Well, if it's green, it's clean it.
Yeah, but if you're talking about brass that's been sitting out, as long as it's pliable and you don't have like some kind of super tight chamber, you're good.
I guess they mean picking up range brass that's been laying around or something.
Oh, yeah. I've dug some out of the backyard that were black, tumbled them. They're still really dark brown. They work fine. As long as they're pliable still. And smooth. Yeah. But yeah, a little
I
something.
guess as long as the case feels smooth to you, it
Yeah.
would be fine, I would imagine.
Yeah, if you got a little citrus or lemon shine, just a little bit when you tumble. I don't know how you tumble or do your brass, but that'll help a little bit. But once they get really tarnished, they stay dark. But it's brass, so it's not like steel.
Anything, I've picked up some crap out of my range that was pretty dirty and almost black looking, and they polished up in my tumbler, so I don't know.
I remember when Elvis Ammo did one on the nastiest brass out there. He did a video on it once. Let's see.
I imagine if you had a way to spin it, you could just use some double 4-knot steel wool on it and clean it up.
Yeah, 4-aught will clean it up quick. Brass is really, yeah, it'll clean it up. Let's see. Did I say Hesa was here? And William Gainley? Now I'm losing my mind. I don't know where I've been. Hesa, did you get your handguard? Uncle Jim wants to know, Hesa, did you get your handguard and did you slap it on? All right. Moved 2 weeks ago, found some of his old shells. Okay. 2250, that's pretty hot, so you got to be careful on your brass.
I would just clean them up with a little steel wool and see how they look. You'll be able to see the blemishes in the brass if you think there's like a crack or something forming,
Yeah. That's a warm round. That's when you want decent brass.
But he said it was in his belt, his shell hole.
Oh.
So it's from the leather, sitting there from the leather.
Yeah, no, that's nothing. That's just discoloration. Yeah. Vanessa Kitty's here. Hey, Vanessa.
Vanessa.
What do we got? We got 22 on here. Lots of lurkers. And I do have links here. So hopefully Pat will be back. Here's a link, people. Otherwise, we'll have a short chat, and that's all right.
So now I'm trying to decide on that Rossi. Since it's stainless steel, I can buy brushed aluminum rail, scope rail, or I can buy it in blue. I can't decide which way to go because the scope, the red dot's not going to be silver, so it's anyway. So
yeah, just personal preference, I guess. When it's off, it'll hide maybe a hair better, but you're going to see it anyway.
Well, once it's on, it's not coming off, unless they put a scope it instead.
If you took your red dot off, yeah.
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 Oh, and I'm going to try to come up with something. I'm going to try to come up with a way to make somehow, I don't even want to say a brass catcher, but a brass deflector.
Yeah, but don't worry about that. If you're benching, you just rack it and grab it with your hand because they come right out. And the other neat thing, I think we talked about it last week, was as long as you don't rack the next round up, you can load a round and leave them in there.
Yeah.
On the top, from the top.
Yeah, from the top, I know. Yeah.
You can't do that with the Marlin. Well, I haven't tried it. I haven't tried it with the Marlin through the side ejection port once it's not racked up. I don't know. That's something I'll have to try tomorrow.
And so I'm just gonna. But that's if I could come up with something that works, I bet I could sell them.
How do we address our cousin shootist? Who is that? Esau. Kyle is here. Hey, Kyle. Christmas catalog arrived. Now is it? Huh. Oh man, Christmas is coming already. Foof. Get your shopping done early, people. Uh, 3,000 head of cow. Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. TSA, I'll be texting my email forward. TSA. I'm having a hard time. Who's TSA? All right. Oh, nickname. Okay, we have another.
The TSA is the Scottish American.
Oh, gotcha. I thought it was an airliner. Okay, sorry. Pat, you're back.
Yes, I'm back.
How's it going?
Oh, you're a married man. You know how it's going.
Everything's good. We started hearing people talk, so I put you on mute just in case you were talking about something personalized.
Yeah, it's fine. But anyway, it's good to be back. But now the parrots saw me walk out into the kitchen, and it's like, yeah. So you'll hear parrots in the background.
I do. Where did I? Oh, hang on. Oh. Okay. So what? They think it's feeding time?
No, this is usually, somebody's going to have some red meat or chicken time. So this is when, the family usually has good stuff and they get some. So that they're being friendly right now in their own little evil way.
Oh, okay. That reminds me of that show in Montana. Gosh darn it. What's that show? About ranchers.
What, Yellowstone?
Yellowstone. Yeah. Do you watch Yellowstone, Blue Healer? Cold-hearted bastard. That reminds me of Yellowstone, trying to keep their land. That should be kicking up sometime. I thought it was a new season, but they just did reruns. There was a series on Netflix, Pat, that now I forget what it was. It was pretty good. It was too short, though. They only had like 8 of them, eight shows. Gosh darn it, what was it? It was edgy. That's why I like it, if it's edgy. Oh, well.
Yeah, haven't been watching a whole lot of TV. It's been mostly YouTube on the big TV. So sorry if I haven't been commenting much. You know how it goes. You watch it when you're lounging. It's like you can't comment.
Yeah, I know. I get that a lot. I watch it on the TV. That's why I don't reply to your videos.
Yeah, but Sylvia had a chick flick on earlier, so I was on the computer.
Yeah, I've hardly ever watched YouTube on TV. I'm scared because, it's big. I'm scared to see any of my videos because too big of a screen. I only look through it as an iPad,
Yeah. Well, for me, it's kind of nice having the big screen and then sitting far away from the TV. It's
Yeah.
easier on the eyes.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to try and synchronize this iPad to our new TV and see what happens. Um,
Okay, there's a question for you, Andy.
question for Andy. Okay. You get that, Andy?
I answered already.
Oh, gotcha.
It went blank. What the hell happened there? All right, I'll say it out loud. If you're shooting, let's say 3006 is a 308 bullet, okay, you're sizing it to 308, not 309. 357 is 357. You're not sizing it to 358. It's same as you, whatever your jacketed dimension is, that's what you size it to. I was sizing it to lead, and it came across me, why? It's so hard. I shouldn't have to. And
Yeah.
So I sized them smaller, and from the way I put it, the information into quick loads, and the smaller diameter picked up feet per second.
Yeah, less pressure too.
Yep. So basically, you size it to the same as jacketed bullets for your whatever firearm it is.
Okay. So, is he trying to email me? Is that it?
Oh, wasn't watching.
Yeah, I think Scotsman's. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I tried to get his email a few times. I just said post it quick and I'll delete it right away, or vice versa. Sure phone. I text, but I don't text a lot. I'm not really a big texter. My phone's mainly for making videos. I don't really talk much on the phone either. I'm not a big phone guy. But texting's fine. It's convenient. And my emails I don't check all the time, so USC is having one hell of a game. Oh, okay.
Back in a minute. Just gotta get something to drink.
Let's see which Washington Huskies. Well, the Cougs are playing now. Huskies later. One of that must be the Cougs. I'm a Ute guy, so the Utes won. They're 7-2, but they won tonight without the quarterback all year, so that's good. Sales calls. Ugh. Whatever happened to being able to block sales calls and make them pay?
Oh, well, thank Biden for that. You know, if we could all just chip in $1 for hitman money and then start from the worst to the least, problem solved.
You need them in every country.
You know, if they can find J6 grannies, you know, from a grainy photo, they can find these people. You know, it's a matter of priorities.
Yeah. I wish, before, if someone called you more than once after you told them never to call back, you can sue them, you know?
Yeah.
And now they just make it like the border. It's just like the border. Luckily, I don't get too many, so if I don't recognize the number, I don't answer it and then delete it.
Well, Yeah, you know what? It might be an iPhone thing. Sylvia's got an iPhone, and we had 3 today. But Google's really good about if it's a suspected spam, they'll make you, tell you what the call is about, transcribe it, and then send you a notification. Hey, do you want to pick up the phone call or not?
Huh.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. So the anti-spam stuff on Google's pretty good, but I don't know. It's not near as bad as you remember back in the old days with the telephone on the wall.
Yeah.
It'd be dinner time, and everybody'd be calling. So it's supposed to be no spam calls on cell phones because you had to pay for it. Remember, it was like $1 a minute or whatever. So that was illegal, but they're they're not listening.
Yeah. I can't stand them. But I don't get a lot of them, so that's all right. A lot of them are from Washington, so if it comes from Washington, I know that it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Cranky is here.
He's back. Oh, there he is.
Cranky, nice beard
Nice.
action. Wow, you got me beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Much
usually
so.
goes to bed by now.
Well, you guys got me beat too.
I get up at 3. Well, I got up at 3 today. I usually get up around 4. So
Yeah, and you have a party tomorrow, and you're gonna miss your game, so you got to record the game.
yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's
Mom-
okay. You can,
mom's
yeah.
mom's having a 80. Mom turned 80 yesterday,
Wow.
and my niece is organizing a surprise party for her, and she planned it smack dab in the middle of the Eagles Dallas game.
The big one between you and Idaho Rogers.
Like, I don't know.
Hey, don't accept any text from Idaho because he'll blow it. He'll tell
Yeah.
you the score.
Yeah, so I don't know, because there's going to be other people there, so I can try to turn off my devices and just try to not know anything until I get home. But with everyone else there, I can't control what they're going to do. So odds are someone's going to have their phone out and watching it or something. So
Yeah.
let's see how it goes.
Well, it's good to see you on here, staying up late like that.
Thanks. I
So,
I want to come on more, but it just screws me up. Like my schedule gets so out of whack because sometimes we'll be up till, because it's late for you, but it's really late for East Coast.
yeah.
I'll be up here 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and it's brutal.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand.
And then Sunday becomes like a completely wasted day where absolutely nothing happened. And lucky if I get back on schedule for Monday. So it's like, I try if I keep Saturday the same day as everything, and it just makes my life easier.
Yeah. I was getting up really early, and then I got in a bad habit of going to bed at 4 in the morning, 5 even.
Oh,
That ruins everything because you wake up at noon or 10 or whatever.
Now you know why I'm out of here by 10 o'clock the latest.
Yeah.
Not that I want to be. I enjoy the chats, but it's like, okay, if I do this till tomorrow morning, I'm shot.
I was always up early, and but I would get up at 4:35. But now, Maria's getting up early because she started a new job. So then she's leaving the house early, and she's actually getting up before I am. So now I'm waking up at 4 o'clock, and this morning she woke up early and woke me up at 3 o'clock. So I've been awake since 3 o'clock. So yeah, I don't know how long I'll last, but I'm here for a little while. I was hoping to see Ozark. I know his birthday is tomorrow.
Oh, shoot. He saw Christmas sales are coming. Hold off on the magazines. There's plenty of places that have them online. Wait for the Christmas sales, okay?
Oh, we might get our ruling on the mag ban in California by then, and we'll just take every magazine in the country.
Yeah, but there won't be so many going for 45 mags. You know,
Yeah.
it'll be 9 mil and AR and AK. That'll be the big ones getting all sucked up by the Californians. Yeah.
Well, there's something else going on with the AR-15 ban too. It looks like that they're going to lose that too.
Yeah, but I'm thinking this time on the mag ban deal, it'll be a Supreme Court deal.
Yeah, well,
And,
so that's the AR-15, same thing.
Yeah, and so Cranky will be able to buy mags, and he will.
Well, I am hoping I could be able to bring mine. I visited mine today. I was over in PA at the sister-in-law's, where they reside currently.
Oh man, that's got to be brutal. That's got to be brutal.
Yeah, Scotchman,
It's annoying.
it's coming, the Christmas movie.
He saw Don't Feel Bad. I don't have a ton of 45 mags either. You could try that one brand. I can go grab it for the cheapo. I think it's a 20 rounder. They work, but when I first got the darn thing, the follower wouldn't go up, but it works. So for cheapo, you could try those. Just don't get the 25 rounders in that. I can go grab one. What are they? STS mags or whatever, the clear looking ones. They're so cheap though. It looks like they're made out of this stuff right here. It looks like this. It feels like this. But if you want a couple cheap, higher capacity ones for the range, that'll work. But yeah, Christmas.
And the one day I get to go to the gun store is the day they have like Glock Day, and they have some Glock representative, and the place is so busy. There's like a line, like they like have to control the amount of people that go in. You have to wait for people to go. It was like insane, and I'm like, yeah. So I looked around to see if they had the rifle I was looking for, and they didn't. And I was like, they were so swamped. I just wanted, at that point, I was like, just grab the ammo and primers and get the hell out.
That's weird because why would the Glocks be so popular if you can't have the standard capacity mags?
No, this was in PA. The gun store's in PA.
Oh, PA. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense. Broke Loader's here. Hey, Broke Loader. Good to see you. How's Garden Buddy doing? You like Garden Buddy, Cranky?
Who?
Garden Buddy, Broke Loader's neighbor cat or whatever. Is that your cat now, Broke Loader, or what? Anyway.
I don't think I've seen this cat.
Well, it's Garden Buddy. I don't know if it's his or not, but he's always in the videos when he's gardening.
Well, I think it'd be better if you had a cat that you didn't have to feed.
No, that's why he's hanging out at Broke Loaders.
We've got a stray that we feed that we've been thinking about trying to get her inside and planning on it. Haven't been successful. She's not, you can tell that she's fixed because she's got the clipped ear. So someone has previously tried, and obviously had her to the vet and got her fixed, and then, decided that either that or she escaped again or whatever. But she won't let us get within like arm's reach. So I don't know how if we're gonna be able to get her inside and catch her.
Yeah, she's kind of wild. Hippa is here. Hey, Hippa. Yeah, when they get really wild, they don't. They like to stay that way most times. Okay, so Garden Buddy's a stray. All right. It's a nice cat. All right. I would take him in. You got to trim their front paws, otherwise it drives them nuts. All right, I think. Wow, Vanessa's cat's still kicking. All right, 26. That's old for a cat. All right, Cranky, when's the last time you went shooting?
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
yeah. The last time we went to the range, God, I don't remember.
Oh, that's
It's been a
bad.
while.
Bad.
But it hasn't been that while. That's the bad thing. It was over the summer, but I don't, so it hasn't been like, I mean, there was a longer stretch, and then we had gone a couple times. We did the silhouette shoot, but I'm pretty sure we went another time after that. They have a silhouette shoot tomorrow morning, but I'm not gonna do it. There's too much going on tomorrow. I'm not gonna be able to make it.
Yeah.
But tomorrow's the good one where they're doing like 22 rifle as well, and the playing cards, and they got a bunch of other stuff. And the one we went to the first time was pistol only. So this one is pistol and rifle, but it's got to be 22. In rifle, it's got to be 22. Pistol, it could be anything, any caliber.
Mm-hmm. Well, try and get out there with the sun. Is the sun doing okay?
Yeah, he's doing good.
And Maria?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on now.
I asked you in a text, but there was so much going on. You probably never saw that. That was last week. Asking about Maria.
Yeah, no, she's she's got some health issues that are just but they're not going to go away. Put it that way. It's just going to be, it's going to be for a while. It's nothing like
Life threatening.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
This crap she's got to deal with. She's so she has times where she's good, and then she has times where she's going through like a flare up and is I got to decide if I'm going to run her to the ER or not, type thing. So it's been wild.
Ugh. Well, tell her I said hi.
Oh, absolutely. I'm trying to read No, I'm not going to go liberal.
No, I don't think Cranky's going liberal anytime soon. No, that's not happening.
You know what? I think one of the last times we went was when we were doing the load development on the Garand.
The Garand. You and your son with the Garands the last time I remember.
That might have been the last time we went. Might have went one time after that just to shoot pistol. I'm not sure.
But
So it's been at least a couple of months.
it sounded like he liked it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because that was in August, right? Because then we ordered the brass in August, beginning of August, which only just arrived last week.
I
It took
know.
Starline 2.5 months or whatever to get the 30-06 brass.
Yeah, Starline took forever on you. You
Yeah.
should have had Tin Man order it. He would have had it next
Yeah,
day.
exactly. 10 days.
On back order.
He has that kind of luck, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I feel bad. I gave all my extra once fired LC brass match to Willie right at the end there because he had that grand he was starting to get into.
Yeah, I sent you some.
Oh, you sent me some 308.
Oh, it was 308. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I had some once fired, and I don't know. I had like, you should have seen some of the homemade. Like I found people like where they took Berdan primers and kind of drilled a hole and tried to make them box primers, and then I ended up busting a pin and a decapping pin on. I took that batch and said, screw it. I want to start off with some Starline and just start from scratch. And so, but it just took them 2.5 months to get it.
AR is here. Yeah, there's plenty of once fired range brass out there, but a lot of it's mixed.
Yeah, exactly. It was all mixed head stamps. It's just, it was like, what? I want to do some load development. I want, I got some share match kings and stuff like that. So let me just get off some good brass and.
Yes. Can't go wrong with Starline.
Yeah, we've only got one rifle in 30-06. It's Sylvia's Winchester Model 70. She doesn't shoot it anymore. She's like, she likes her Mauser.
Okay. Well, sell it, get a blunderbuss.
Ooh. Yeah. Or I could sell it and get 2 blunderbusses. It's a pre-64.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
I bet it's pretty. Nice checkering and all that good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, let's just say it's used. It's been used. So it well used, cared for well, but the stock's a little beaten up and the finish is a little ratty.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a nice ring around the firing pin on the bolt face where, a couple primers got blown. But all in all, it's a good gun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my old neighbor that was right down by the gate, he had a 270. Beautiful. He got from his grandpa. It was beautiful, and it shot so good. I would have liked that one.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty. Let's see. I said AR is here, right? Oh,
No. Hi, AR.
You did it now.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. Hello, AR. Sorry about that. I thought I said that. I tried to wait in between, Yeah, it's got character.
Yeah.
I like guns with scratches on them and stuff. You don't have to worry about them so much.
Yeah, it's definitely not a safe queen. This thing looks like it went out and took a couple elk in its day.
Perfect.
So no, I don't like safe queens. It's like the same with pickup trucks. Who would drive a restored pickup truck? It's like, yeesh.
Or a brand new one. Who would use it like a truck?
Yeah.
Throw cement blocks in the back. You know what I mean?
Well, if that's what you buy is you're buying a work truck, you're buying a work truck. But if you're just buying a truck because you like trucks, depends on what you're using it for.
Yeah, but then why a truck? Why not something lower to the ground where you can get around fast? You know.
Some people just like trucks.
I know. I like that.
I know. I
I like them.
Got an old Astro van or whatever you want to call your version of it.
Oh, the
Safari. Yeah.
I like the van and the truck. I was always a van guy because it's enclosed. Nothing gets wet. You can sleep in it. You know.
Yeah, I got rid of my Astro van. Wound up with a Hyundai. Oh shit! What do they call them now?
Honda.
a SUV, a big one.
Hmm.
I can't even think of the name of it right now. My head ain't there. Palisade. Hyundai Palisade. And it's almost got the same room in the back as the van. I can still put a 4x8 sheet of plywood in it, but it's got to sit on a slight angle. It's about 2 inches, not as wide.
Oh.
Inside wise.
Yeah, they should have went with the 2 inches. There's nothing more annoying not being able to get, you know.
Yeah, shooter pussies. Yeah, I know.
I got 10-foot 4x4s in it. You know, I just
Going up where between the seats.
no. I actually just lowered the front. The front seat collapses down.
Oh, yeah.
Go all the way in. Went in,
Yeah.
and it's got 3 rows of seats in it.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I got the back row folded down. The middle row is up, and the front row is up. And they're all buckets. Every seat's a bucket seat. It's not a bench.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the hell out of the thing. The thing has got power. Okay, when I took it out the first time, and it was like, whoa, where'd this come from? I didn't expect the power the thing had. 8-speed transmission. It's like, are you kidding me?
Chico Wise is here.
Chico.
Yeah, they do that for gas mileage. Aren't some cars like 10 speeds now?
This is 8-speed at 70 miles an hour at 1900 RPMs. Gets on. I mean, don't really drive full highway conditions, but I'm getting 23 miles to the gallon. It's supposed to be able to get 24, so I can't complain.
Wow, I thought it'd get better than that.
Well, it's a V6. Well, it's a 6-cylinder, yeah.
Yeah, but my Safari on the freeway with cruise control and a K&N filter is 20. What was it?
I never got that much out of my Astro.
Yeah, no, I was getting 22 on the moves here with a load, overpasses.
Oh, God, when I was telling my race car, I was getting 16 miles to the gallon.
Yeah, I think it was 22. I want to say 25, but that can't be right.
I was getting about 19 with no cargo.
You get less when it's stop and go, because it's first gear, second gear, you know. But with the overdrive on cruise control, bam.
Yeah, I didn't have overdrive, so it's the 3-speed.
Oh yeah. Anyway, hope Chico Wise and his son's doing well. And keep posting links here if people want to come on.
Yeah.
How long have we been on? Yeah, we got lots of time this month.
We're only on an hour and a half.
What is the date today? I think I reset on the 3rd.
The 4th.
Okay, we have a whole new month. Hey, we got Thanksgiving chat coming up, right?
I'm not dressing up as a turkey.
Well, we got to do something. Right, Cranky? Cranky!
Well, there's football.
Football.
What I usually do on Thanksgiving, football.
You know, as far as pro football goes, I really don't have anyone to root for. So I've been, when I am flipping channels, if I'm by the TV and I see the Eagles on, I'll watch it because of you, Cranky.
And our punt returner is from Utah. He's a Ute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Britton Covey or whatever. He's a Ute.
All right. Is he like one of those rugby kicker guys?
No, he's a returner. He's not the kicker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They call him like Crash Dummy Covey because he just basically just is
Yes.
madman. Just yeah.
Yes, awesome. Oh, that's good. Yeah, because I was telling you, I was watching the Redskin game when you were playing the Redskins. I'm going to keep calling them the Redskins. I don't
That's
care.
all right. We do in this house too. It's the same
I,
thing.
I have no idea what they are now. Generals or some crap. Anyway, the Eagles were way behind, and then I come back in the living room, and bam, it was tied up or something. It's like, whoa, there we go, Cranky. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've had games where we've had too many turnovers, and just games that are close that shouldn't have been. We should have won easily. Even that game, there was like we had 2 red zone turnovers, so it's like that game should have been. We should have been up by a couple touchdowns at halftime. Instead, we were tied. Sucked.
Well, that's good. I'll keep rooting for them. I don't do the sea chickens anymore, so Utah doesn't have a pro team, so it's all college here.
Yep, I haven't watched a game all year. Yep, I'm done with football till they change.
No, I can't give it up. I love my football. I'm never gonna give it up. Football and basketball, they're like baseball. Sometimes, it depends. Like, they're like baseball has good things about it. It's one of the only sports you can just listen to, so you can like have it on and not even really pay attention and still follow along.
Yeah, that's true about baseball. You can listen to it on the radio. It's probably even better that way.
The Supreme Court issues a 5-4 order blocking nationwide ATF frames and receivers halt. Oh, well,
Did this
Ooh.
just wait a minute? This just came out tonight?
I just an hour ago, Armed Scholar. Supreme Court issues a 5-4 decision order on blocking nationwide ATF frame and receivers halt. That means they stopped it.
They stopped the ATF. That's what you said. Good. Good. I was worried about them for a while because they bounced back a few things. They bounced it back, and it's like, hey, nip it in the butt right now. We don't need to be doing this for a year.
I know the whole process. Go through the process.
And
Go
the-
through.
The
Like,
Eighth
no.
Circuit agrees too. So the Supreme was 5-4, and the Eighth Circuit agreed.
Okay, so that was about the bump stock, right? And that'll affect other things.
ATF frames and receivers, it said.
Oh, it's not the bump stock one.
No.
No, that's the ghost gun one.
Okay, the bump stock one's one I'm watching because it's going to relate to pistol braces. I thought that was coming up though, right away.
There's a whole bunch of stuff coming up in November and December.
Okay, I can give a rat's about a bump stock, but the pistol brace is what I want back.
Well, I know I think it's our at least magazine, or might also be the magazine and AR challenge.
Yeah, that's
Is getting spun back up. I think either in November or December.
December 8th, I think, is the final on the AR in
But-
California. They're already on that preliminary
Ours
phase.
here in Jersey, they're just because ours got sent back down with the Bruin stuff. Ours was one of the cases that they just, sent back to the state and said redo it. And so, of course, it's, has to go through the state again. And Jersey being Jersey, they just
They're
dragged
doing
it and haven't restarted yet. So they're only just now.
It's the same thing in New York, and so they put out something new that still does it. They change the wording, and then they have to do it all over again.
Yep, just to delay it and make you. It's a pain in the ass.
Hey, get this, Frankie, because you haven't been on for a while. I had to send my Ruger PC back to Ruger, and went through a gun store. When it came back, I was informed that if I don't have a pistol permit, I can't get the gun back. Any semi-automatic, any semi-automatic in New York State, you cannot buy one now in the store if you don't have a pistol permit. And it goes on your pistol permit. How's that for bullshit? You just heard me. I don't care if it's a 22 or a 50 BMG. If it's semi-automatic, you must have a pistol permit because it gets put on it. That started in late September of last year. I didn't even know about it. If you own one now, you're okay, but if you can't buy a new one. So when you go to a gun store, you're signing the gun over to them, and now belongs to them. So when they give it back to you,
it sounds like they got something different. They have the whole concept of we don't have a pistol permit. We only have like
right.
the purchase, like to purchase a pistol, you need a permit. But you have one firearms ID card that covers all,
Right. Well, I'm just saying this is one of New York State's goodies that happened the end of last year.
Yeah. I don't think that one is one they can bring here just because our laws are structured different.
Yeah, but I couldn't. When I was like blown away. I says, "You're kidding me?" He says, "You're kidding me." He says, "I can't sell them anymore because nobody can buy it. Most people don't have the pistol permit. They're coming in to buy it to have some fun with them plinking and whatnot. And sorry, you need a pistol permit." And the same thing with a Ruger M22. You can't Ruger 22. You can't pistol rifle. You can't buy it without a pistol permit.
Wow.
That's some horseshit.
That's about as dumb as us considering air rifles firearms. It's just a thing.
Yeah, that's horseshit too. Yeah.
Well, it was their reasoning behind that more is because of it's not so much the little Daisy BB guns or whatever, or the ones you pump a few times. It became all the newer, higher level.
This law's been in place well before those newer ones came around.
Oh, okay, I don't know. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, this isn't new. They've been this way for years.
All those high powered.
Right around the same time Walmart stopped selling guns in the state and all that.
The poor kids for Christmas, they don't get a pellet gun. Come on.
Well,
that's just bad.
Lots of rats. They get what they deserve.
Oh, well. What gets me is Brandon, they had that shooting, right? So Brandon goes over there and visits the grave sites. And you can see that he's just like, I want back in my room, what am I doing here? And then they talk about, boom, bump stocks and assault weapons,
Oh, yeah.
Saw that, his visit. Yeah.
Yep. But like usual lately, the guy turns out to be a fucking psycho that should have been locked up but wasn't. That broke all the laws, didn't care. You know,
Yeah,
And they're always on time, as if it was induced. Okay.
I agree with that big time. And even supposedly I forget if his parents or somebody told the police several times that he has guns and he shouldn't have them, and they did nothing. So where did the red flag law didn't work, but they call it yellow flag in Maine, I think.
But there's always a shooting when a ruling's coming up,
Yeah.
like within a week.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
And that's the first thing they went to. They dragged Brandon around like a zombie. And then they instantly talk about bump stocks. Oh, that ruling's coming right up. And then assault rifles that aren't assault rifles.
Well, the other thing is it wiped what should have been the biggest story of the day right off the news, right? The biggest story of the day should have been the 80,000 emails that he sent out with his, aliases on them and everything. That should have been the fact that he was, doing government business with aliases and in some cases pretending to be more than one person. I mean, like that's next level corruption crap. And that should have been the biggest news of the day. And then that story just got completely wiped because this guy went on a rampage.
Mm-hmm. And you got the news media in your pocket. So,
Yep. And he got a couple of checks from his brother.
yeah, and there's other people too. Someone else got the money too. They got him this time, but nothing will happen.
for the big guy. Well, same with Hillary and Obama. Just follow the whole trail, And then they're trying to ding Trump for stupid little shit. So,
They were tearing apart that judge. Where was that? I forget which case it was about the value of his property. They have this guy. They've now had people come in, professional, and they didn't even need professional people. They were talking about there's a 2-acre piece of property that is a vacant, nothing, trees, etc., going for $200 million. So how is his 20-acre thing only worth $18 million?
Mm-hmm.
And he's on the water. He's on the water, and they're not. So, come on, people.
yeah, and property gets assessed anyway. So,
But that's the judge made. That's the point. The judge made the assessment. It's only worth $18 million. That's why
he's a judge, not a realtor. Yeah. He's a corrupt judge.
Yes.
Oh, and there's some really good Friday dirt on that. The corrupt judge has his fat little young assistant that has been whispering him in his ear and passing him notes. And Trump's lawyers have brought it up a couple of times, and he's told him to shut up, don't talk about my clerk, and put a gag order on Trump. You can't talk about my clerk because it's threatening. And Friday, he put out a gag order on Trump's lawyers because his lawyers were starting to spout off on her. We got to get this on the record. This is improper.
Yeah.
But something happened Friday that they took some judge put a stop on the gag order.
That one was the Chutkan gag order. Hit the D.C. Court of Appeals and got stayed. So that should be interesting. So I expect Trump's going to be talking a lot of shit over the next day or two or three while that order stayed.
So take care, he say.
Oh, okay. Take care, Hisa. Never mind, James.
Good night, Hisa.
I was going to grab a mag to show him, but never mind. We'll talk about that another time. All right. No need it.
The Scotsman, they were talking about the new Speaker of the House today. I forgot what channel it was on. That there's some bill coming up or something that the Democrats want something or whatever, and he's said he's got all kinds of gun stuff in the bill. If they don't take the gun stuff, they can't have it.
Does it fit? Cool.
Both of these do, so you can have this one for yours.
Okay, thanks. Same light? Okay. Son is 3D printing stuff for our evil assault weapons.
But
Yeah.
well, I'm not. That's what I can't design stuff. I have no way of. I can't draw to save my life. So I'm trying to come up with a brass deflector somehow to put on the Rossi.
You don't worry about it. Once you get it, you'll get it. You don't need it. Well, go watch Georgia Boy shooting at the range. You'll totally get it.
What do you plan to shoot out of the AR? Like, what are you looking for weight wise?
What? Who's shooting? Not an AR.
No, it's a hit. Uncle Jim out of the AR.
On what? Which AR?
Your son's. The
Huh?
new one. The one your son built.
Oh, the retro?
Yeah,
No, he's talking about the FM.
you're loading. Aren't you loading?
Christmas. Christmas, when I open it under the tree, I have everything I need to load 223 now. So his retro has a 1 in 9. Oh, okay. Well, this one is this one tight? Oh, it's got a thing on it,
I
right?
have to put the bungee on it.
Okay.
That's the cap I just printed.
It's a little protection cap there. Okay, thank you.
The big ones.
That's for
Yours. The little ones are mine.
Cranky. I'm not going to answer because I know what you're thinking, and you're not going to send me bullets.
You'll end up getting all three if you don't answer.
No, you're not going to send me bullets. So you're not going to send me bullets. Actually, I found a place that has free shipping, decent prices. You guys might have used them. They're in my favorites. I don't know the name of the place, and they have all kinds of bullets. So I think the easiest thing to do is just go down to the store and get some Hornady to start with. And
Yeah.
I think
I've tried for like Plinkin bulk bullets and stuff. I've tried, was it Everglades? Like Everglades version 2.
Yeah.
I've tried your 55 grain. They were fine. I think I've got the 68 grain. I think I have are Hornady, and they shoot pretty decent. The 62 grain arms core
Get
are
yourself some
horrible.
cheese to go with the ham.
Absolutely horrible. And
I didn't think about it.
I have some 55 grain arms core I haven't tried yet.
I've shot a lot of the arms core 55s. I have no issues with them whatsoever.
I think
I have
mainly,
a
yeah.
box of those.
I think mainly I'm going to do a lot of self-defense type bullets. You know, get them sighted in and load the crap out of them. Because the reason I finally bowed down, you know this, is I used to have tons of 5.56 and P23, and I've been eating out of it and never loaded for it because it used to be cheap. Now it's not cheap. So I'm going to load for it now. And I'll save all my PMC brass for that, make black out of 8 LC. You know, that's my thinking. And it only costs $90 to totally load for it. So, you know, that's with the Wilson gauge and everything. Nice gauge, by the way. You guys tried the Wilsons?
Wilson's are great gauges.
They have it on both ends. They have the Min-Max on both ends. You see that?
Yeah, it's for when you after you load it to see if you got the right shoulder length, you know, shoulder bump and stuff.
Any brass, yeah.
And the other side is for length.
Yeah. And that's very nice. They have Min-Max on both sides, and it's really well made. Covered in Cosmoline or something, but it's real sticky. Anyway,
It's also very heavy when you compare it to someone else's.
it is.
Yep.
it's a very nice gauge. I'm sold on those. So, but the main reason is I want stuff to self defense. Just load the crap out of it, and different weights and different kinds. Hornady, whatever, hollow points, soft points. I'll try those. I'll do jug tests. I'll do all kinds of stuff. Yeah. So, and then also shooting stuff, of course, blasting ammo.
The 55s. That's all you're gonna want for blasting. The 55s.
Cranky wanted to send me a bunch of bullets, and I'm like, no, Cranky, no.
I have got no time to reload. Like my reloading projects have been, I needed to load some 9mm, and I cranked out, like I set up the 550 and cranked out a bunch of that. I don't know, probably around 1,500 rounds, probably neighborhood. And now I'm like, at this point I was planning on loading some 223, but I haven't gotten around to it, and so it's like, and now I finally got the 30-06 brass, so I'll probably just jump back into that and still not get around to loading 223. So that's why I bought some 223, just to have some in the house that's ready to go.
Yeah. And you do it on the Dillon?
I want to. I have everything to go on the Dillon. I have not done rifle on the Dillon yet. That was going to be the first rifle, caliber that I tried on the Dillon.
Yeah.
But I just haven't had the free time to really sink into get it set up and everything. Work's been crazy. My coworker's been on vacation, so I've been solo, and there's been audits, and we're right on the verge of a reorg, and we know there's a reorg coming. So it's that whole nervous, no one knows what the hell's going on. Everyone's managers kind of, acting weird. And it's just been chaos.
All righty, I'm gonna bail out. Everybody have a good night, and I don't know that I'm gonna get the new rifle before the next chat. I definitely won't get a chance to shoot it, that's for sure. So
Okay. And it was great to hear that the Dan Wesson was an easy fix.
yeah, well, I haven't fired it yet, so let's keep our fingers crossed.
Well, you'll know just playing with it that it's carrying up, and yeah.
So, all right, everybody have a good week. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night, Eddie.
All right, take care. Yeah, Cranky, I just got a turret, so I'm not gonna. I'm doing 223 on the turret. So that was one of the things that cost me $90.
Hey, Cranky, how cheap did you get the 223 new? I mean, it's getting down to 9mm level here, or, they're cheap.
The receipt's upstairs. I ended up getting a box. It was the last box they had. It was a box of 500 rounds, right? And there was in the one section they have all their bulk ammo kind of on the pallets still.
Mm-hmm.
And that literally had one box on it. And I was I wasn't sure if I really wanted it, because I was looking for some, because I already have some 5.56, right? And I was what I was looking for was 300 blackout, because my other AR is 300 blackout, and I do have some 147 grain loaded up, but I wanted, they had a bulk box, at least online. It looked like they had a bulk box of, I think it was 125 grain, 300 blackout. And I wanted to get a couple of those bulk boxes. I think there were 100 rounds in each box. And that's what I was looking for. So when I saw the 223, I was nah, it's not really what I wanted. And it was, Maria's that's the only box. So she picked it up and just carried it around the store.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, that's good.
Everyone is panicking on that round right now. And so I figure, I'm not going to buy at today's prices on that, so I'll load it.
Yeah. But I think it was
I was
still five. I think it was, I want to say $297, maybe for a box of 500. I could be off. I don't know. I have to go upstairs and look at the receipt, but I'm taking it back.
I was just at the hardware store, and what they wanted for 223 was crazy price. That's a hardware store.
Well, that's what this is. This was, it's called a hardware store. It's really a gun store.
Oh, no, this is a hardware store. They have one little glass cabinet at the cashier with ammo under there, and everything was. That whole store is expensive, though. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was shocked at the prices there. I expect them to be, a little high, but I don't buy a lot of ammo, and I hardly ever get over to PA where, because there's nowhere decent around here to go shopping.
Yeah. Thorax is here.
But I was the
link.
small pistol primers, because the last time they didn't even have those. The only thing they had, or they didn't have the small rifle last time. The only thing they had was small pistol.
Mm-hmm.
This time they had 3 boxes, but they were like 149, 99 for a box. And I was just like, I did not realize small rifle primers were like that high.
Yeah.
I'd never go to a store where I really see primers that often. So, and I know the last time I didn't even get them, like Maria and Dylan were there and they had picked up the small pistol primers and they were like, I think they were like, same price, like 81 or 82, somewhere around that. And, that's what they still were. And then I think the Magnums were like 110 I think they had small pistol Magnum, and then they had some sort of might have been large pistol Magnum match Federal or something. It was like they had one thing of Federal, everything else was CCI, and then they had the 3 boxes of small rifle. There was no large rifle. I was looking for that too. There was none of that. I didn't see any large pistol either. Other than the, large pistol Magnum, whatever the hell it was, match.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's good to see CCI around because that's a good sign for everyone else. But I wish S&B would be all over the place because they're usually a good price. They used to be anyway. Gets wrapped up on Jim's World. What? Jim's World? Where's my mouse? One thing about Jim, he gets wrapped up in his Jim's World on single stage, which is, well, I use the turret as a single stage. That's what I'm going to do with the 223. I thought about putting the powder measure on it and all that all over again, but I don't know. I'm going to start slow with the 223. The 223 is just like, once you load 5.7, everything else is a breeze as far as, 223 or 308 or whatever. So it's not as picky. That's 5.7. So, you want to put your britches on, you start doing 5.7 in a pistol where it's in your hand.
It's like loading 380. To me, 380 is the most pickiest thing I've loaded. It's the only one where I have to sort it by head stamp, you get different thickness, which causes the different like seating depth, and 380 is a pain in the ass. And all the components, I know 5.7's got to be even worse, but at all of them, 380 that I've loaded, 380 is just
You're right. 380 as far as the brass goes, your chronograph can be all over the place. Just
yeah. Just look at the different seating depths you'll get if you go across like the different headstands.
Yeah.
And so then you'll find out, like, sometimes you might find 2 or 3 brands of headstamps, or okay, these seem to all be the same. I can load, like say Blazer, Winchester, and Remington all work together, But if I want to load S&B or something else, I gotta adjust my dies, and it becomes a pain in the ass. So it's like that's why it's like you gotta. That's the only one I really sort, by head stamp for pistol.
Yeah, for the son's new toy and some others, I usually just do the mix, but and keep it within reason, in case you're a little long or short. But yeah, 380s. It's not tough loading. It's just that the brass is everywhere. Yeah. Then you find a Makarov in there. I found a Makarov in the 9. I was like, why does this feel funny? It's a Makarov.
Yeah. Yep. I found some of them.
That's why now, especially the 380s, I just stand them all up on the bench where I'm loading, and I can see they're all the same height, before I'm pulling a bullet or something. It's just a lot easier. What is leaking? Anyway. Is there any? Let's see. Gunswatter said 9.6. I don't mind 9. 9 isn't bad. 380 tougher than 9. As far as, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh.
I like all the big rim cartridges. Like I like
44
Colt. 45 Colt's great. 44 Magnum. 44 Special.
44 Special. It's awesome. It's just like plunk, powder plunk. Yeah.
All the components are nice and big, easy to hold, everything.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything decent, cheap thermal? I have a skunk. I saw a thermal on sale somewhere, a night vision thermal scope thingy, and I was like, wow, I didn't know they came down that far. Someone sent it to me, but that sale expired. That was a month ago. And it got me thinking, I'd like to have some night eyes out there. But I'll wait, you wait 5 years with the technology, you're going to have some cheap night vision. Just wait it out if you live so long.
Well, if you live in Afghanistan, they got some real cheap night vision.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
You can trade it for hashish. Yeah.
I'm wondering when we're going to start seeing the M4 parts kits for $200.
Oh yeah, I know, because they're changing. Yeah.
Well, no, they'll all the Afghanis. If you pull the lower off and just sell the.
Yeah. That's so bad. I lived through Carter. This is nothing like that. There's fail, gas, blah blah blah, but this is just total banana republic.
Mm.
At least Carter wasn't a banana pusher. So, this is, what do we got? A year left? Oh my God.
Listen, I want to know where all that night vision went, right? Because there was all the speculation of where all this shit was going to go and where it was going to resurface. Now you see like Moss running around with M4s with ACOGs on them. And it's like, okay, we know where those went.
Yeah,
but now where's the night vision going to surface? When are we going to see that? I'm sitting there thinking, like, are they using that crap to sneak across the border? like where are they using that shit for?
I
That's
know.
gotta come back and bite us in the ass sooner or later.
It seems like Hamas didn't get the night vision part because the Israelis are still doing better at night against them. So they got passed over on that. So
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Where'd it go? Did it go to the border?
I think a big country's got them, a bigger country, Iran or somebody has the night vision now. A little trade, here's a few this or that. Yeah. Hey Dave, what's up?
Jim, I'm glad you got what I was saying there. Jim, you're not looking at a point of argument when
No.
you have to understand that Jim is not arguing with you. He's trying to see a reason to agree with you. He's not arguing with you. He's not saying he's wrong. He's not saying you're wrong.
Well, wait, what are we arguing about? Maybe I'll get
We're not arguing about anything, dude. I'm just saying.
get in on it.
No, really, we're not arguing. I'm just saying is that when I say something, you look for the facts of why you're reasoning with me to agree with me. You're not saying that I'm wrong, and I think that's awesome. That is a quality of your personality that I enjoy. You know what I mean? You don't say no, you're fucking wrong. You know what I mean? Or do the drive-by fuck you. You know what I mean?
Fuck you.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't. And there's people out that do that. But the thing is that Jim will actually look at what you said, and then he'll analyze it, and he'll look for the reason to agree with you. You know what I mean? And that's cool. That's called consideration to what you have to say. Not everybody thinks the same way. Not everybody puts the same, put things in a contest where everybody understands what the hell you said. So
I can be stubborn though, real bad.
yes,
I can be bad in certain things.
yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Bad.
So I just got done with a birthday party, so I've had a few in me. So I hope you put up with me.
I'm bone dry, baby. It's almost a month. 27
Well,
days.
mine, he just turned 70, and well, actually, he turned 72. So we had a little party for him, and the cake, and chicken wings, and a little bit, and it was at a tavern, so the bell was getting rang a lot, and this was pretty cool.
Yep, Uncle Jim, bone dry. I'm almost at a month. I think I'm 27 days. Bone dry.
Well, that's good.
I watch people drunk all the time. I was watching a video where they were drinking, they're golfing and they have to drink a beer every hole or whatever, a Guinness, and didn't bother me at all. It looks like fun, but then they get so yacked. It's like, they're barfing on the side of the course. And it's bad.
Yeah, it's time to seek help when you're doing that. That's where you have to dig deep and say, why am I drinking so freaking much?
I just missed the buzz, the first buzz,
Yeah, I get it. That's another subject I want to bring up too. I know you're like really into. Well, I don't want to say you're really into. I don't even want to assume that or whatever. You own a lot of 1022s, and I've never been a huge fan of the 1022. I consider them a 100-yard rifle, and that's just me. Okay, now you probably make them shoot farther than that with a lot of extras, but by the time you're done with it, you end up putting $1,200 into a gun. And I can get performance out of the CZ bolt actions that is phenomenal. Just right out of the box for like $400. And the whole semi-auto versus bolt action, whatever. But whatever you're into, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that CZ builds a better rifle than
well, you're comparing bolt to semi though. because the Rugers,
Apples to oranges. There you go.
yeah, the 1022 you can turn into anything you want, a bullpup, any kind of gun you want, basically. And they're, I never bought them new, so I've always bought them used, cheap.
Right. Right.
So I put a barrel on there, and they can shoot pretty damn good. So
Yeah. I will say that.
you give the first shot of flyer and the last shot of flyer, and you got a nice group if you got a good barrel.
Sure.
But
it's,
As
isn't that,
squirrels go, boom, boom, you double tap them. That's why I like 1020.
Jim, you hit something that everybody, in the match circuit says as far as shooting rifle over the course, you got to have a good barrel. You got to have the money in the barrel. That's it. You got to have a good chamber and you have to have a good barrel. That's it, period. Lapped barrel, something that lands and grooves. You're getting the same surface tension on the bullet all the way out the end of the barrel. No hills or valleys, no whatever. And you got to pay for it. You got to step up and you got to pay for it.
Tin Man's here on the side. Well, it's like ARs. I don't consider them bench guns. I'm sure you can make really good ones out, but they're for taking care of business. They're light, easy, they're for taking care of business.
Agreed. And out to 300 yards, what do you need a 223 for? And what the standard A1 series, AR, what is it going to do more? I mean, what is an A2 or, a scoped version of that out to 300 yards going to do more than just the A1 with flip up sights? You got to look at what the gun was designed to do in the arena that was, made to be shot in. The M16 A1 Vietnam era is a great rifle. They are fantastic. They're lightweight, triangular handguards. Everything is there. Very easy to operate, very easy to handle, very easy to shoulder, light recoil. Out to 300 yards, that's what they were going to engage the enemy with. They didn't need anything that was going to shoot 5,000-6,000 yards,
Well, in Vietnam, actually, there's they were so close. The old school guys shot from the hip.
Yeah.
They didn't aim them, so they just sprayed them right there because they're right there in the bushes. A lot of times they did it that way, but
the Armalite rifles, they were 1 in 14 twist. They were 1 in 14 twist. That is slow.
Well, 1 in 12 for the
for the Colts and
my retro. Yeah, mine's 1 in 12. And it likes 45 grain bullets, the retro, but they're just different things. I love semi-autos though. I love semi-autos. Hey, I like single shots. Okay, I like single shots. I like them all. Just don't put a pistol grip on your shotgun. All right.
Did I put
Feel that? You get a pistol grip on a shotgun that's hitting you in the chest. I hate that.
Well, not just that, you have to hold it a certain way. It isn't like a
pistol grip I have is when it's
you can shoot like this or you can shoot like that, whatever. You don't have to, finagle it too much if you don't have a pistol grip on it. If you have a pistol grip on it, you're turning your arm up or down or whatever, Yeah. It's cumbersome to use a pistol grip.
I like me a slim shotgun, but when it comes to ARs, yeah. And AKs, you got to have pistol grip. Even though I had them with a regular rifle stock, the AK, and that was pretty comfy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And I'm glad that you're able to admit that.
Yeah, what were the Segas? I had a Sega 308, no pistol grip. It had to be Americanized.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a regular stock, like a rifle. It was actually fun.
That was a nice over-under you showed me, like in that chat.
Yeah. And right after that, they showed a side-by-side like that. CZ.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those were on Midway, Craigie. And then they showed the blunderbuss today. Yes.
Yep.
I'm surprised you own one of those, Jim. I'm surprised you have one of those. Just
My
I'm
boss.
looking for a
powers of shot that fucker. You go out there and this is Mr. Pumpkin at close range.
Pat, I probably told you this, but my boss had 2 blunderbusses in the glass case for sale, and they're brass. They're brass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, you're shooting black powder, so it's fine. And they're
Yeah.
beautiful.
They're beautiful when they're in brass. They were gold.
Yeah.
Or patinaed. Yeah.
But nah, if I had one, I'd shoot it. I would shoot it a lot. And it would
Yeah.
get dinged up and nasty. The board gets scratched from the tacks. Yeah.
You know, Pat, I love what you've done with the Martini Henry. You know, I mean, I love what you've done with that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you want to go to a go-to video that shows you everything about the, you know, Martini Henry series and how to load for it and all that. I would suggest your video over like what that idiot Iraq veteran. You know what I mean? I mean, you are brass tacks. You're like, no, this is what you get, and yeah, blah 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 blah, and but this is how you load it, and this is what you use to load it, and you know, I mean, you did. I mean, you've done some great work on that. No, really, you have. You cut the crap. There's no commercialism here. This isn't about talking. Well, I got the gun from so and so, and I bought the brass from so and so, and you don't do any of that. You just turn around and say, no, you need to do this, 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 and this. Boom. And
No,
then
there were a lot of hard lessons that I wanted to pass on because, you know, it was, there was a lot of suffering when I bought the thing. But best thing I ever did was buy a Martini Henry because I was out of guns for 20 years. I wasn't messing with guns. And so I buy this Martini Henry.
Yeah.
And, oh, you got to form brass. Oh, you got to cast bullets. Oh, yeah.
You know, a friend of mine had a red hand Henry that was Irish Army gun, and it was through a 3 Barrett. It actually had the hand on the side on the stock, and it was one of those ones that was issued when they came out with the SMLE. When they came out with the SMLE, the British turned around, took their Martini Henry single shots, and they just gave them to, you know, Scotland and Ireland. They didn't want to be outgunned by those countries.
Yep. They went all over the place.
Yep.
You know, Canada has still got, you know, original Mark Ones that unmolested, unupgraded, just the way they came off the factory.
Yep.
You know, they used them, or the Mark IVs I got, you know, India refurbed them and gave them to Nepal. But it's the thing I like though is, you know, I've shot a lot of stuff that's easy to shoot. It's like you go visit Kenny, and you go out at night and you shoot at 975 yards in the dark, and it's not a problem. But to offhand, I shoot at 600. To offhand shoot at 600 with a horrible trigger and everything else. That's where
600 yards offhand.
Yeah, that's what I like shooting.
Yeah, but that is.
Can't remember. Did Cranky get to shoot that when you're over?
Oh, the Martini Henry?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what the hell I was hitting because he's got it sighted in at some, you know.
It had the standard sight, so it's like 12 inches high at 100 yards.
I'm sure there were some trees that.
Yeah, we've seen the holes.
Yeah.
I had some big trees with a lot of sap coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, I know I was aiming at one of the frying pans you had up or whatever, but I was not coming anywhere close to hitting it.
So that's the trouble. People will ask, you know, what's it sighted in for, and you've got to get used to it. So, you know, you do the fine sight and the proud sight, and you screw around with that because that trajectory is a real rainbow. So you got to get your range right, and you got to know what you're doing. So when we're out there in the snow and it's like, where's it going to shoot? It's like, geez, you'll be fine. Just aim 12 inches low.
Hey, it's just fun to load and yak them out of there. I like it.
Yeah, it's fun just to be next to it when it goes off because it's like artillery. It's like this low echo boom kind of shakes through. You feel it through your feet.
You feel it in your teeth.
Yeah.
Your teeth get jarred. Yeah.
No, that's why I still love it all these years later. It's haven't but Dave's got a 4570 lever he just got. I talked to him about, and that's going to be fun too.
Yeah, I know. And Pam likes it too.
What did he get for 4570?
It's like my 357. It's the Marlin
No, leave it.
with the stainless black stocks. I think it's his is 16-inch also, so it's a shorty, threaded. Cranky. All it needs is a bipod, Cranky.
Can I ask a question here? I mean, maybe
It's one of those tactical.
No, it's like my 357. It's just,
Can I ask a question here that might be a little off center or whatever? Have you noticed that the trend is to go towards the Marlin 336 or the Marlin rifles versus the Henrys? Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's like the Marlin. The Marlin is like the that's the one to go to. The Henry's fine, but you want to get you want to get the rifle, you get the Marlin.
the problem with the Marlin, though, is the Ruger prices now.
Oh yeah.
So, and finding the old ones, everyone gobbled those up. So you have Remlins. If you want Marlins right now, unless you want to pay $1,500 or
Right. It ain't it's not the 1980s anymore where you could go into a gun shop and find a 336 3030 for like $125.
Oh no!
Oh, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching.
Ozark was going to come on tonight, and it looks like he shot his hot water tank.
What?
No, he had a rupture.
Oh, a lady's hot water heater. Well, you know what they say about having your own business. You're on call. You're on. You're at work 24 hours a day.
Oh, it's not his. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. He's going out for repair. All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
there's going to be a drywall job in this. I'm sure this is going to be great.
Well,
Well,
have water off. You're gonna have to get your
Maybe
insurance.
flooring. Yeah.
Yep.
well, bring your boots because it's probably flooded in there. The reason I say shot it, I know a guy. He was on my farm. He was on my gun farm, and he was dry firing. He was dry firing a 44 Magnum,
Oh,
and there's one still in it. And it went through 2 walls and took out his water heater. It took out his water heater and it went through the water heater. Oh, yeah. And he probably went, son of a bitch, once his news stopped ringing.
man, just a steady stream of hot water coming out of that thing, and you can't stop it. That's fucked up.
But he did a big, long, he did a couple paragraphs. It was hilarious what he wrote. Yeah, it was, the whole story was funny. So every time I think of a leaky water heater, that's what I think of. Oh. Oh, well.
Yeah.
So we got a new English guy at work. He's never shot a firearm. So he got his green card and everything. I said,
That will
Dude.
change.
it's America, and you're a married man. And even though it's Mission Viejo and it's nice, you know,
Mm-hmm.
get yourself going. So I told him if he was number one salesman, I let him shoot anything he wanted, as much ammo as he wants to shoot. So I think, yeah, he'll be a real American soon.
All right. What are you going to start him off with? The Martini Henry?
Probably. I do that to most new shooters.
Oh, come on now. Do you have a 22?
Yeah, I got to work on it though. I got a Savage Model 6 that I've got to work on the stock. I got a stock for it, and I've got to fit the stock.
Okay.
I could probably get that going. It looks like Chico's. Chico had a couple old 22s out of somebody's garage, and this is one of those.
Yeah. Well, he had the gallery guns. Yeah.
Yep.
Those are nice. Tin Man is here. Hey, Tin Man.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, Tim, man?
Not much.
Tired?
Running out,
Oh, you broke up.
running out of gas.
You're jittering a little bit on the vocal.
That's my internet. Oh, goody.
Oh, goodness.
How about now? Is it all right now?
Yep.
Yep.
You good. Chessboard is here. Chessboard, I saw your video. Who sent me that? It was Andy. And yes, AI. Robert Powell is here. All right.
See, I just stayed away from Henry because they always, well, now they have this side loading cape, but I just did not care for the tube fed.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
like the tube either. I mean,
I didn't. It turned me off to him, so therefore I wouldn't consider him. And I would consider one today, I guess. But
yeah.
Got to mute for a second. Yell at the little one.
Yeah, they're similar to a Marlin. You can they copy the Marlin, so you can pull the bolt right out, clean the bore real quick, without having to take screws and all that stuff. Well, you got to take your lever off, but that's easy. But the firing pin breakage thing, that having to send the whole rifle in, that would drive me crazy. So they got to clean up their act on that. Chico, my son's teacher assistant wants to learn how to shoot. Which one do I read here? Has to take her rubbing my palms together with
Oh.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bring an apple for the teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Well, the good thing about the Henrys, they're plentiful. You get dry spells with the Rossies and the Marlins and the Winchesters. They're expensive. More people should be making them, to be honest with you. What if Palmetto State Armory started making levers, huh? There you go. And then you get them on sale.
that'd be nice. Yeah.
James has one in 44 mag. Yeah, I think once I've shot Jerry's, both of his 45 Colt and a 357. They were just fine.
I don't have a lever. I should get a lever.
Oh, absolutely.
They're fun. They're fun. I love them. I always liked them. I should have kept the Winchester I had. When I moved, I sold it unfired in the box. 16-inch, beautiful wood. It had a burled stock on the rear. Oh, well, it's stuff happens. And then I move here and I said, "Where's my lever?" Oh, well.
Yeah, it's best that you sold that Safe Queen. You never shoot it. Pearl walnut, glossy Winchester stock with a deep gloss blue on it.
You hit one tree and you go, "Son of a bitch." Put a ding in it. Yeah, put a ding in it. Beautiful blue. Yeah. Oh, well. If we could only take back what we traded off,
Oh wow.
I could write a book on those.
Amen to that.
Yep.
Let's see, Chico says, "I wish Russ would take the
I see
Rio
that.
Grande."
I seen Val. Val had a video today on a Luger, and he was making fun of his, his buddy or whatever. And I had a collection of 5 Lugers at one time. I've sold them all, but I wish I would have kept them.
We got the preacher here. Tin Man's having malware problems right
No.
now.
There's the man I need to speak to because he's the person that can probably answer my question.
Preacher.
Bolt action 22 Magnum rifle. What should I look for? 'Cause I was thinking Ruger American.
CZ.
I know what he's going to say. I know what
See.
Preacher's going to say.
He's probably gonna say Tika.
Yep. He's going to say Tika.
Actually, my dad has a Browning bolt action, and it is killer. A Browning bolt action 22 Magnum, or if you get the old Ruger, get the M77. It's way better than the Ruger American.
I will say that much about the older Ruger M77 and in 22 and 22 mag. Those were actually really nice rifles. They really put a little time into them.
I mean, if you get on Gunbroker and look for an old Ruger M77 22 mag, you won't be disappointed. Or if you want to really just attack driver, my dad's Browning 22 Magnum, he sits on his back porch and shoots gophers with it in his backyard. And I mean, he spanks them.
And
It's something.
I'm not trying to overthrow the thing here, but CZ makes an excellent rifle.
I agree. I totally agree.
Excellent rifle. So I don't think you can go wrong if you get a Browning or older M77, or go ahead and get a CZ. I mean, you have a selection there for what kind of style you want.
The Ruger Americans to me just seem cheap. I don't like that double trigger. I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
So that's just my take, Cranky.
Those rifles hit me as too much machine made. You know what I mean? Too much CNC. And
If
there's
Walmart,
no
if Walmart was a rifle, it would be a Ruger American.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. But that 300 blackout is like Ruger American 300 blackout is fun as hell, man. I love that thing.
I have an American in 300 blackout, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Now, the one I want, and they don't make them anymore, Ruger, is the lever action in 22 mag. And I had one in my hand, and I went, it's 22 mag. And I put it back down, and it sold that day. Yeah,
They were pretty slick.
They made Ruger made
the lever curved. The lever was curved in them,
and it was short. It was short throw, not as short as the Browning's short throw.
Right.
It was a half throw, and it's like it's a 1022 barrel type. It's almost identical. There's slight difference on a lever.
Yep.
And you can't. If I see one, I don't care if I'm stone broke. I'm buying it. But you put a can on it, and yeah. Oh well.
Hey, I can't have cans. Dude,
I know. Hey, Cranky, they don't come threaded. They come with a sight on them. You know.
Frankie, you've been invited to come to America, and you haven't came down here yet.
Cranky, they stopped.
I visited.
Yeah, they stopped making those a long time ago, and everyone's after them. because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about a lever action because they had. I think Rossi makes one. They have a 22 mag.
Henry Rossi.
If you want an accurate 22 Magnum bolt action, you really an old Marlin. Even the newer Marlins probably aren't bad. They got those micro groove barrels. I've owned 2 or 3 of them over the years. None of them ever shot bad. A Marlin
Yeah,
bolt.
I want something accurate. I want something that I can put a scope on, and so that's it's not going to be for plinking. It would be more for varmint or that type crap. So
Marlin makes a great bolt action 22 Magnum. I actually have my grandfather's right now. I call it Papaw. I've killed a ton of squirrels with it.
Oh, Papaw? Yeah.
Papaw is a 22 Magnum, a Marlin bolt action 22 Magnum, tube fed. It's got the tube on the front. I like the tube.
Yeah. Yeah. There's also it's not the American. What were the other Rugers that were tactical? What were those called?
I think they have a precision 22.
Yeah, precision. They made 22 and 22 Magnum, I think.
Now I have. If you just want a 22, I have a Tikka 22, and that thing is an absolute tack driver. I mean, I can't recommend a Tikka T1X enough. Or I think it's not a T1. It's a T1X. Yeah. It's my Tikka 22 is cat's meow. It is to 10 man what a Salmon 308 is. I hope he's listening.
I think he's probably is. He's trying to fix his malware, but I'll be right back. Gonna get something to drink.
By the way, I want to take up this opportunity to go ahead and apologize to the side chat. Sometimes it's really hard to keep up with you guys. By the way, Chica Wise, how you doing, dude? I mean, it's good to see you.
Pat, how in the world are you?
I'm doing just fine.
Good.
I'm doing really good. How about you, preacher?
Man, I've been busier than a one-legged man at a butt kicking, but I don't have nothing on my calendar this week. Today was the last day I had something scheduled, and I've been out of town for 2 days. I came back. I had a church work day. Everything's done, man. I've got like nothing. I don't have to be out of state. I'm excited. I'm going to reload 7 mag and get a hunting rifle put together for next Saturday for deer season.
Oh, I'm excited for you. There's you got a week. It's still muzzleloading season, isn't it?
I killed a 10-point on the last day of muzzleloading season.
Oh, deer jerky.
I had deer jerky earlier tonight. Yeah, I sure did.
Oh.
All right.
There you go.
There you go.
That's it.
All right.
See what happens when you don't put your videos up?
Yeah. The neighbors, man.
Neighbors.
I can't I would love to make hunting videos, but I can't. I mean, there's literally like 20, 22-year-old kids trying to lease the land next to me. It's like 5 acres. It's a mowed yard, and they want to sit on the fence line and hunt on my fence line.
To Chico.
Yeah, I think deer season's over. I don't know.
Chico, I haven't made a video in 6 or 8 months.
It's been a long time. I watched one of your 223 videos.
My daughter has a friend. Did I send you the picture of my deer, Jim?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mentioned it last week, chat, that you caught a big one.
Yeah.
Do you want to blow that up? Here, look at this boy.
That's yeah.
Here, look at this big boy. There you go.
That's
look
nice
at
deer.
it.
That's nice.
Look at it.
That's a shady looking deer. Man,
It looks like a
just robbed a
horse.
liquor store.
Yeah.
He's got a horse's face.
Look at there. That's
Yeah.
a 10 point if there ever was one.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
It was a big body deer too, man. I mean, it was a tank of a deer.
Michael is here. Hey, Michael. We'll quote him right here.
I want to comment on something that here, Chessboard brought up. I mean, I remember when I was out haying with my dad one time, I was probably like 10 years old. We stopped in this gas station and, I got a Coke and everything. And my dad bought me a Coke, because we've been haying and, we got hay bales all in the back of the truck and everything. And he's getting gas and all that. And this guy had a bunch of guns hanging on freaking nails, behind the counter. And my dad bought a Smith & Wesson Model 10 for I think it was like $20. And it was just a handshake. Here you go. And wrapped it up in his freaking hanky and threw it in the glove box of the truck. And that's it. We took off. That was it. Yeah. Yeah. That was back in the day where no questions asked, nothing. Just
that was back when all 50 states were America.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That is very true. And I want to say another thing too. I don't know where we got into this whole, socialized, politeness, I guess. But, I was standing in Walmart today. I had to get some things. And I was going to go through the self-checkout, which I hate going through because, why am I working to process the stuff that I bought? Anyway, so the bottom line is that I'm just trying to get out of there. So I'm standing in line. And I'm standing next to this thing that's either a battery display or something like that. But you can see over the top of it. And, you can see me standing there. Well, a couple of people came in and, they're standing there. And then a couple more people came in. And they're on the other side of this display. Well, when the line started moving, I started pushing my cart out. And I've been there long before these other people showed up. And this young guy looks at me and goes, "Sir?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, the line, the line starts over there. Like I was cutting in front of everybody. And I looked at him and I said, "You know what? You can get in line to kiss my ass."
Oh.
Yeah, it's exactly what I told him. So I pushed my cart up there and I started paying more of my stuff. And then because he went over there and he cried about it, okay, to somebody while he was, processing his stuff because he was right behind me. And this cashier comes over to me and says, "Sir, if there's one more outbreak like that, management's going to ask you to never shop here again." I'm going to tell you what, I was ready to just pull my card out of the card reader and say, "You guys can put all this stuff away. Goodbye."
No, what you should have said is you're second in line now.
Yeah. Really. And this kid looked like I just hurt his feelings.
Poor soy boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
but you don't have to worry. You don't even have to kick his ass. Karma will catch up to guys like that. He's going to piss off the wrong guy someday, and you'll just know what happened.
Yep. Well, he pissed me off, and I told him.
I was going to say it might be Dave.
Yeah, pissed me off. You bet. Yeah. You know what? It's the same thing with email. Okay, email has turned into this thing where you write somebody, it might sit there for 3 weeks. Now you can see that they've seen it. Okay, you can see that they read it, but they haven't answered you. So here it is, 3 weeks later, they haven't answered you or anything. That has got to be the most disrespectful thing in the world. You know what? I would respect you more if you just write me back and say, "Fuck you."
F off.
I mean, at least I can live with that and I can move on. Hey, cool. Hey, we're done. Give me the answer. Cool.
I'm sorry, Dave.
We've turned into this faceless society where we just have to take it, and you know what? It's going to get screwed up. It's getting more and more screwed up. More and more screwed up.
Don't worry, Dave. There'll be a purge soon. You know,
Well, I'm going to tell you what. It all started with this crap where everybody got a trophy for participation. It did. It did. Oh, you lost, but you still get the trophy participation. I
And
mean, that's bull crap.
the words,
We all win.
That's
the
so
words, the
No,
words of Hank Jr.
no, we don't. We lose. We lose, and we learn from that,
that,
and we
that
try
is,
harder the next time.
that is so true. They don't want
It
to
is.
one's
It's
feeling.
bullshit. It is. It's a bunch of bullshit, man. So anyway, that's enough about me.
In the words of Hank Jr., I live back in the woods, you see, the woman, the kids, the dogs, and me. I don't go to town, man. I literally, I travel a lot, but man, I hate going to town. I hate going to Walmart. I hate going to the store. I just try to stay as unplugged from society as possible.
There
You
you,
know
go.
what? When I run into people
crap.
at Walmart, I look at the Old Testament and say, you know what? At the gates of the city, they had this giant pit. And you know what they did? If you were a drug dealer or whatever, they just killed you and they
You
threw you
stealing
into
some of that Old Testament meth?
Well, no, really. They threw you into this pit and all your rotten bodies and everything were in there. And that showed everybody who was entering the city, this is what we do to these people. You know what I mean? I gotta admit, it works.
Well, that's one better than Vlad the Impaler.
Hey, I live just outside of Fort
And
Smith.
another thing too, Vlad the Impaler did that to who? He did that to the Muslims.
Yeah.
He did that to the Muslims.
There's nothing like
Vlad
a tree up your rectum.
Muslims. That's how he put a stop to it.
Okay, what were you saying, preacher?
I live just outside of Fort Smith, Arkansas, that's famous for the hanging judge, Isaac C. Parker. And when criminals would get arrested in Indian Territory in Oklahoma, they would say, "Don't take me to Fort Smith because that guy will hang you." And so he was famous. True Grit is John Wayne is a marshal from Fort Smith, and nobody wants to go back to Fort Smith because Isaac Parker hung over 100 men. And if you just executed a few people, people would realize, hey, there's punishment for crime. But like Thor's Axe was saying, the problem is everybody gets a participation trophy on whether they win or lose. Nobody gets punished, even if they done something wrong. The other side of the coin is true. And so if we would go back to, like Pat was saying, you throw people in the pit. Here's what happens when you do these sorts of things. World would be better, but there's no punishment. Everybody gets off scot-free. Everybody gets a participation trophy. Nobody gets in trouble. That's our problem.
Everybody gets a second chance.
Yeah.
And and I'm going to tell you, there is repercussions for your actions. And that's it.
Cashless bail, and during the pandemic, you had that same guy who was arrested 3 times in 24 hours.
Yeah.
For 2 of them were carjacking. It's just it's insane. It's it's just insane.
2 16-year-old kids were playing a screw with this 18-wheeler out on I-5 just past Tacoma on its way down to Olympia. And they chased this poor trucker down, shooting at him, from the car, and he was trying to drive, being shot at, and he overcorrected. He jackknifed the 18-wheeler rig. The van, the truck, everything went sideways. There was a few cars that were able to avoid it and everything like that. And I guess these kids ran into some of the debris and they wrecked their car. And you know what? They got 1 day in jail. Can you believe that?
And they should have been hanging from the courthouse square.
Guess what? The truck driver died. They killed that guy. Can you believe that?
No.
At Washington State, they got away with it. They're going to go through rehab. They're going to, we have to teach them their morals now. That's what the state is saying. That's bullshit.
Learning opportunity.
Never
Teachable moment.
Well, they think it's a video game. They think it's a video game. They can just go ahead and press reset. Boom, you just start at the beginning. You didn't really kill anybody.
That's okay. When the electricity goes off, they won't be able to cook. They won't. You know.
I
they're
wouldn't
done.
mind. I wouldn't mind my electricity dimming a little every time that they just did justice. I wouldn't mind. Sure, I'll.
It's like every time a bell rings.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Tin Man's down below here. Hang on. Before he nags me on the side.
We got to get the Man of Steel in here.
No, I'm probably going to break up again. My computer's doing a bunch of stupid shit.
You sound good.
Yeah.
Porn
Sounds
sites,
good
dude.
now.
Stay away from those free porn sites, man.
I don't even look at that on this crap ever.
I was going to say that's where the malware is coming from.
No, the only porn on this computer is from Bill Gates' Windows. Garbage. Doing service updates and all that crap, eating up all my processor.
That is true. That is true. Every time I do an update, man, I have to reconfigure everything. I have to spend a couple of days for my computer to actually get over its virus.
There's a fix for that.
I don't have a virus. It's just updating all of the antivirus crap, and it's taking forever.
Exactly.
That, and I saw your task manager. You had 9 Google Chrome windows open.
See, now it says I have 12, and I don't. I have one window open, but there's 12 processes. I don't understand.
Let's stop right here. Tin Man, I'm glad you're with us tonight. I really am.
Thanks.
It's good to see you. It is. So let's put all that behind us.
You too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm just glad they clarified. I thought it was malware, not malware, and I thought, well, I'm glad Tin Man's wearing men's clothing for a change.
Right.
Why do you think my camera's off?
Red shorts, pink, white beater on. He's got
pink cutoff.
It was like Tin Man's got male wear, and I was like, well, I do too. I don't have any female wear. That's for sure.
He owns it. If he wears that, he owns it. And I will say that much about Tin Man. He owns it.
21st floor menswear.
Tin Man, do you have a participation trophy?
For what?
Yeah. I'm just seeing if you paid attention while we were talking.
Wow.
Oh, man.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Thor's was talking about trophies now, and
It happened during your generation, dude. You're a victim, whether you knew it or not. And maybe
I remember getting one of those in T-ball. They handed me some stupid ribbon, even though my team lost. I said, "Why are we getting this?" I was like,
there you
we
go.
didn't win. Why are we getting this?
Even the kid figured it out.
Started
Like,
with you, Tin Man.
I'm getting the same thing these guys are, and they won. What's up? What was the whole point of this?
Yeah, that was dumb. Even when I was a freaking 10-year-old kid, I thought that was stupid.
Can you imagine watching Leave It to Beaver? All right, and Wally has trophies on the wall, and they say, "Oh, what's that one for?" I participated. Yeah, it doesn't happen. All right.
This one's just for being there.
Hey, you know what? You find out later on in life, you're not going to get a trophy if you're not good in the sack with a lady. That's it. Period.
I got two of those.
There's no participation trophy involved.
I got
That's
two
it.
of those.
Yeah, you're out. You failed.
Yeah, that's a participation trophy, all right. Yep.
All of my participation ribbons are,
right there.
pretty
I mean, that's it.
pretty much say, "Hey, all those trophies are because I was the fastest sperm."
Oh,
That's it.
Well, Harold, I just want to say this much. It's glad to see you're going to take some time off and just be able to think for a little bit, man. I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for me. I
Well,
load my wagon heavy, and
all you guys do.
I
That's your lot in life, man.
yeah.
Oh, you got time to smoke a brisket and bologna and
No, you don't understand. His wagon gets loaded by other people. Yeah, it's
You
like
too? Man.
All he has in his hands is his wheelbarrow. Okay. And the next thing you know, everybody's throwing bricks in it. And the bottom line is he can't even pick it up after a while.
I have it on pretty good authority that his wheelbarrow is jackass powered. That's totally his line he used on me, but I just stole it.
Now I went to this leadership workshop, and all these pastors were talking about their jobs and how much work they had. And so they got around to me and they were like, "What do you do?" And I told them all the stuff I did. And they were like, "You got 3 jobs." And I said, I guess I do have 3 jobs. And the other pastors were like, "Yeah, I take back what I said. I don't really do anything." I was like,
I was asked by the superintendent this week. He came into the office, and I was sitting there, and Scott looks at me and he goes, "David, you had one thing to say. What has been your last 20 years of your career?" And I had to think about it. I thought, you know what? To teach these people that quality is what we do on the job, but quality is what we build into our people. And that's the bottom line right there. You have to build quality into people, and that's it. Those are the people that are going to take over for us. So he seemed to be pretty impressed with that. He was kind of, yeah, never thought of it that way. Walked out, kind of hit home with him.
so next week you're leading a workshop on motivational work.
Motivational speaking. No, I'm not motivational speaking. My motivational speaking is totally different.
No,
my motivational speaking is I am not your dad, okay? But you are forcing me to be your dad because your dad failed you, and I have to be your dad today, and you will learn to respect what I have to say. Because I didn't ask you to go in the dry dock and sit there and hook up that blast machine because this is Saturday and the lawn needs to be mowed and you need to stop doing your video games and get up off the couch. I'm not going to be like that. You're going to get your ass down there and you're going to do what I said.
He does it like Tim Farley, the motivational teacher.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
Chris
lying.
Farley.
And I break it off at him. And you know what?
Farley.
The point is everybody that I have been that way to,
Who the hell's Tim Farley?
Their leader, they moved up the chain of command. They're the go-to people. And so
Matt Foley. His character is Matt Foley.
That's it.
He lives in a van down by the river.
That's not an uncommon thing. And most, some people that are living in a van down by the river don't really have a choice anymore.
Well, they have a YouTube channel and they're making a couple $1,000s a month doing that.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to Biden, there's a lot of people that are doing that not out of choice because of need. And that's bad.
Cranky, you're starting to look like Gandalf, man. Look at that beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that thing.
You should be able to tighten a knot. Huh? Have you ever braided or tied them in knots? No?
No, it's not that long yet. It's
okay.
Pretty soon you're going to have birds living in there.
Lord of the Rings, is that who you're talking about?
No, he's not talking about that. He's talking about, like
nightingales.
The Simpsons.
No, I think there was an episode. Wasn't there an episode of Family Guy that did that? Peter grew a beard and had a bunch of birds living in it.
Beard. Yeah, it was funny. It was pretty good.
Yeah, you're right, Hippa. Yeah, it must be a bitch eating spaghetti, Cranky, with that going on. No?
Slurping them noodles up.
You get the hairs all up in your eye. Oh, you're rolling it up with your beard. Your beard's in your foot.
It all goes down. It goes in, it goes down. It works.
So I passed the smart one. He's got the hair above his lip.
Oh no, it starts grabbing at the food before I get to it, and then it's time for a trim. You know,
It's like a spider with them little grabbers in the front that pull it up close.
Yeah. Why isn't there a as seen on TV commercial for something like that? Protection. All right.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. There's some comments here on the comment thing, and I will say this much: I did end up being disciplined. The way I talk to people, and I got my ass chewed and handed to me. I even actually got letters because I went off on people. But here it is, 15 years later, and those people are the go-to people, and they think the world of me. You know what I mean?
Perhaps get in line to kiss my ass. Is that what you're talking about?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, you know what? Look, man, there are certain things that you just, it isn't worth it. You know what I mean? It's not worth it. I would not say that to him. You know what I mean? I would just let him go because it's not worth it. You see? Because you get a reaction like what I gave him. You see what I'm saying? And he needs to learn that in life. Just chill out.
I had a guy, I was in line at Walmart, and it was, it's terrible nowadays. They don't have employees at checkout. And someone comes in through the exit, okay? And that's only where you're checking, where you're leaving, right? And he comes in and he starts bumping into people in line. He bumps into me and he goes, and I'm looking at my phone like everyone does nowadays, and I rarely do that. I'm looking at my phone and he goes, what did he say? And I didn't even look at him. I said, go for it. He said something to me like, I just said, go for it. Oh, that pissed him off.
Yeah.
What did he say? Anyway, he was in the wrong. He's coming, driving in the wrong lane. Okay.
Again.
Yeah.
Again.
Oh, I always say
it's a drive-by. Screw you. In other words, they don't even stop. They just roll down the window and give you the finger and yell out, screw you. And then they roll up the window and just keep going. Well, wait a minute. Do you want to engage here? You know what I mean? Or you want to be a little chicken shit and run away?
in the words of Josie Wells, you gonna pull them pistols or whistle Dixie?
Yeah.
That's it. Don't just twirl them at me. Let's have a gun fight.
Or in the words of Tuco, if you're gonna shoot.
Yeah. That's it. And
now, my thing with Walmart is I won't show my receipt to nobody out of principle. And when Sylvia does it, I make, sheep noises. Bah. But it's my stuff. It's my receipt. Get out of my way or arrest me for shoplifting.
I would love to go shopping with Pat. It would be awesome.
I want to see the closed circuit television footage of Pat getting tased outside of Walmart.
It's my receipt.
But I think that's part of the problem is people don't draw the line on what's mine and what's yours. When I paid for my stuff, it's mine.
And
leave
that's
me alone.
why we're doing self-checkout right now. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because Walmart will not own up to the fact what is theirs is to check people out. They have checkers there to be ready to go rather than having this stupid self-checkout. I don't work there. Okay, I don't work there.
That's how they keep the prices low. They don't employ.
That's bull crap, man. That is all bull crap.
That's bull crap.
Next thing, you know what? The next thing they will be charging us for is the use of the carts. It'll be like the airport. You're going to have to pay a certain amount of money to use.
Aldi already does that. You got to put a quarter in to even get.
Bullshit. Yeah. It is. It's bullshit. I don't work there.
Yeah, like you get it back when you're done.
Okay, you can go to the cashier and say, "Give me a quarter," and they will.
I'm over there with my pocket knife trying to wiggle in there and try to jimmy it out without putting the quarter in.
The bolt cutters cutting the chain.
And then, yeah, well, then they put my groceries in somebody else's cart and I gain a quarter. See, so
Yeah. Cart lifter.
yeah,
Cart lifter.
sticking it to the man.
He says, "Hey, do you guys know that all these is selling carts for a quarter?"
We had that
It's a steal.
conversation in the office the other
Loading
day
it in
about
the back of my truck and driving off.
We used to.
They won't even give us bags anymore here in Jersey. So if
they won't
take
let
the
us
cart away,
yeah,
how are we
same
going to
thing. They won't give us
stop
bags here in Washington. They will not give us bags here in Washington. You
Yeah,
gotta bring your
so,
own bag.
so if you lose the cart, then what are you going to do? Walk around? I'm going to buy 2 items, one for each hand. That's all I can carry. It's like it's ridiculous.
Oh,
Well,
I hope we
like
never.
I
I
said-
hope we never have the no bag thing here in Iowa because I use
It's
those
the
bags for
dumbest-
everything
it's
around the
the-
house. Poopy
Garbage stuff.
diapers, the
Yeah.
litter box, all kinds of stuff.
It's the most annoying thing in the world. Trust me.
Yep. Definitely litter box and garbage.
Some guy
It'll take you probably a year before you're able to walk like from your car into the grocery store without turning around to go back to the car and get the fucking bags. Because it's like you'll
Yeah.
never, it's just so ingrained for you not to just, to just get out of your car and go in the store. And
Right,
it's just
right,
like,
exactly.
and then all of a sudden it's like you're halfway to the store. It's like, oh, shit, you gotta go,
And
What
those-
about if you take the bags in the house and you unload the bags, but you leave the bags sitting, in the kitchen or something like
yeah,
that?
done that.
And then you go out and you get in your car and you think to yourself, "Oh, I got to go to the store." You go down to the store, you don't have any bags because they're sitting on the kitchen counter. That happens too, dude. It's like, the other day in the office again, we have a maintenance dude that came in there and he started complaining about people leaving the cart out there in the parking lot. And he was all upset about you need to take it back over there, or you need to go ahead and put it back over there where they're all collected, and you got to do this. I looked at him like, they hire people to do that.
yeah, you see a blue vest
I
on
don't
me.
work there. I don't work there. And anybody who leaves a parking lot, leaves the parking lot, and they leave their cart there, I don't feel sorry about that.
Yeah.
Well,
They
I'm
people
not
that-
wearing a blue vest. You can't talk to me that way.
When we were kids, long
You're
time
talking. You're
ago,
talking about leaving a cart like outside of the cart corral,
Yeah, they push it out there.
like next to a cart. Oh, if I see a stray cart, I'll push it in the cart corral for somebody. I'll go out of my way and make it a huge,
Well,
like, hey,
there's
jackass,
usually
don't worry, I'll get it.
an aisle in between. There's an aisle in between the one row and the next row of cars, and people just leave it there in the row, and somebody comes by and just takes them all, or somebody will come in there and pull into that parking spot and say, "Hey, cool, somebody left a cart," and they'll just take that one.
okay, when I was a kid, all the kids, and I'm guilty, the wheels on the shopping cart have ball bearings, and we used to do go-karts downhill, and they were super fast, out of 2x4s and a rope. Anyway, the Kmart had a wooded area next to the parking lot, and it had a pile of shopping carts with no wheels on
No
them.
wheels.
We used to go out on a Saturday night. We'd go behind Kmart, and behind Kmart there was this big, long, alleyway, and we'd grab a shopping cart, and we'd get going like 70 miles an hour with that damn shopping cart. Just pulled up next to the door and just let go of it, and it'd crash into something or whatever. That was part of our Saturday night fun. Yeah, but those little bearings, boy, they scream.
Those wheels were awesome. They're rubber, and they went fast, and we would get so messed up and wiping out on those. We had a huge hill where we lived. Yeah, you don't see kids doing that stuff anymore. It's too dangerous. No helmets. My neighbor had bare feet. He had like the hugest feet, size 13. He's a kid, bare feet on the go-kart. Okay. And your brake is just a stick against the ground, a scrub brake, or your feet. Yeah.
Or a curb.
but those things were fast. They were fast. Greatest wheels. They were, small, but they were fast. And how they're fastened, this is how dangerous it is. Some of the kids would just take like 6 nails and bend them over so the wheel stayed on there. Oh, yeah.
And apology.
Yep, I remember we'd build little ramps for our BMX bikes, and it wasn't fun unless you put the broken pallets and broken glass under the area you were jumping. You know?
Yeah. We used to light fires and stuff and ramp over. Like Evil Knievel.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a Shark Tank.
Yeah, man, we played for keeps.
Evil Knievel did so much for kids, and broken arms in hospital.
I remember building a fire first and then building a ramp and like, keep that fire going. We're trying to build a ramp. We wanted flames like where you came through them, We couldn't get the fire big enough. Oh, man.
Yeah. And now it's Call of Duty on the couch. I mean,
we used to throw gas on the fire, try to time it where the gas would hit the fire by the time you went over the ramp.
Oh, man.
I wonder I have any eyebrows left.
I'll tell you what, some of the crap I used to do when I was a kid, I'm lucky to be alive. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man.
I just did that last spring. I had a brush pile on my hill in my backyard. I went to go light it because it was kind of damp, poured a bunch of gas on it, and I was trying to hurry because I knew it was going to happen. So, I mean, I thought I was making pretty good time, and my neighbor started talking to me. I'm like, hold on a minute. So I threw a match in there. It went boom, popped and blew up. A couple of branches went flying. I said, all right, now I can talk.
My neighbor watched them make a Molotov cocktail, where they put the rag over a bottle of gas and light it. He didn't have a rag over it. He just had a mason jar full of gas and a cigarette lighter. He was going to try to light it and throw it on us. And I'm like, man, don't do that. You'll burn yourself up. He like to caught his garage on fire.
Oh, man.
It was going to light a mason jar full of gas and throw it on us. Well, as soon as he struck the lighter, it blew up in his hand. I mean, he burned his hand. He burned the ceiling in his garage.
Wow.
Like, man.
I hate to say this, but Chico Wise went and brought up something very, very, very.
This one?
No, not Academy. He just wrote one, Gun Writers. He said, yes, those 1911 type pistols, but for $1,500, they can stay at the store. I'm going to tell you what, there is no production ran, non-custom 1911 out there that is worth $1,500. I'm sorry.
That's like 10 high points.
Yeah, they're cranked out on CNC machining. There's very little fitting involved at all, period. And they just throw them together, throw them in a box, and away they go. Now, they shoot nice. I mean, whatever. But the bottom line is that, you're not really paying for anything. And all you're paying is for their inflated profit. That's it. That gun costs maybe $350 out the door to produce.
Did you read the comment where they say they have to have your ID in their hands in order for you to hold a gun because some dude took off out the door with a gun?
That's bull crap. So we're all going to go ahead and pay the price because you got robbed. Yeah, I'm guilty. So you have to hold me within contempt because of what happened to your store. That's bull crap.
Well, all the salesmen need is one of those cables that retract and have it hooked to you, and you have it on the gun, and you're like, there you go.
Again.
Or just hand the guy an ID that says McLovin on it.
Uncle Jim. Right there, you got a cable and you got a handcuff, and they go ahead and put the handcuff on. Yeah, you can handle the gun all you want.
Yeah, cuff the customers. Cuff them.
Cuff them to a radiator. Then
No, wait. Let me put the shackles on your legs first. And then I'll say that.
Your legs. Chain.
And then
Jim. Problem solved.
Dude,
There
they
you go.
just throw them a hacksaw and say, see you later.
if they did that to me, I'd dry fire that sucker until it made me stop.
Again, another one too.
Just drop
Look
it flying on an empty chamber
Chico,
over and over.
Just slap the cylinder. Just slap
Look
that
what Chico
cylinder.
Wise wrote. Look what Chico Wise wrote. You can go ahead and you can look at the gun, and you can sit there and oogle it and look at it and everything. But they leave the trigger lock in place. Well, what if you wanted to, feel the trigger, make sure it had a good trigger?
How do you feel the gun?
How do you do that with a trigger lock on it? It's stupid. How do I
I'll
judge?
tell you to go watch a YouTube video of the trigger pull gauge on this gun. Figure it out.
All they have to do is, if you steal a gun, you go to jail for a long time, and that'll solve everything.
All they got to do is push a button and the door locks.
Yeah.
Then you run into that door and smash smash your face right into the glass, bounce off, and they're like, "Yeah, you're not leaving. Give us the gun back."
Yeah, you have the dual doors like the banks. Yes.
Like a possum, be like a possum in a live trap, just in there, just pissed off, thrashing around, trying to get out.
Just trap them in there and then have some popcorn and
That's
say,
right.
"Hey, you hungry? You thirsty? You got to poop?" Yeah.
Did
Poke
you
him
see
with
the
a stick.
video on Fox News with that kid that threw that 2-liter bottle at that guy in the store?
No,
Uh-huh.
There was like a dispute going on between two customers. There's like something going on with a customer, and another guy was trying to like block him with the carts to keep him from getting out or whatever. And I don't know the full story, but the guy needed to be, I guess, subdued, and this other shopper just picks up a 2-liter bottle of soda and just, I mean, they hit him in the head, and the guy just out cold, just bam, it wasn't moving. I mean, this kid just beamed him. It was like perfect aim. It was like, oh my god, that kid's got an arm. Like that was perfect.
oh man,
He dropped him like a sack of potatoes. It was
Oh.
unreal.
I hope it was RC Cola, the only good cola.
Baby, RC is good. Yeah.
I love
royal
it.
crown to the crown.
Oh, what's that called? I'm gonna look up that video, and that was awesome. I want to see it.
Yeah, I gotta find it. I'll find it and send it to you. I saw it like the other morning.
The pizza delivery guy tripping the guy on foot is pretty good too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen that one.
I like.
I just watched an episode of Cops in New Orleans, and it was Mardi Gras, and Snoop Dogg came out on the balcony and started throwing big beads out. So then the crowd went nuts. They couldn't contain them. So they called in the cops on horses, and then big giant horses was just walking over people, and they turned
Mowing them
right
down.
and just started pushing people out of the street. I'm like, yeah, I'm leaving. You come in here with the Budweiser Clydesdales, I'm leaving.
Yeah, you ain't standing up to a 1,500-pound horse.
The horses were smashing people, man. Like, I mean, their butts were like pushing them into barricades and stuff. I'm like, dude, just get out of the way. You're not stopping a horse. I laughed so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, all I gotta say is back in my day, thief wouldn't have got 2 steps out the door stealing a gun from a gun store. It would have been Swiss cheese and done.
He drawed on me, officer. I had no choice.
He had a gun in his hand.
He had a
officer.
gun in his hand. Officer.
He was coming right for me.
Oh. Yeah, we just got to enforce the laws, people. That's all we got to do. There'd be a lot less of this stupid crap going on.
Oh no, it's all starting here in California. Take under $900 and no problem.
Bring back public canings.
Under 900, isn't that like 4 Ruger American rifles?
That's a nice TV, I tell you that.
Yep.
Nah, the good ones are about $2,000 nowadays. The QLEDs.
You could just go over there and grab an armful of Ruger Americans, and they're like, it's under 900. Let him go.
No, don't go there.
You don't have enough hands for all them high points.
I thought when you came on, you were going to rip on lever actions because we were talking about lever action.
I didn't know what y'all were talking about. I've been pissy. I said, "Hun, I'm gonna run back and get on the live chat for a little while." I didn't know what you were talking about, but Ruger Americans, though, man. I mean, really, they are pretty dang cheap.
They are, but I like them. I like the one I have.
I like the one I have. I only have one, but I like it. Yeah,
pretty good shooters.
Yep. I've done groups with,
Yeah, I mean,
Black Betty and all those bullets in my videos that were grouped.
I don't shoot like long distance or anything, you know. I just go to the range. It's not like so I'm not like, you know,
it's a moped
shooting, long distance or anything.
It's a moped. You ride it with your helmet on, so nobody can see your face.
Oh, jeez.
A guy at work told me he just bought one in 308. I said, "Does it have a muzzle brake on it?" He goes, "No, but I should probably get one." I said, "No, you got to shoot it without one first, so you can appreciate it." So that 3.5 pound rifle will feel real good coming at you with 308.
I've got a 7 pound 7 mag I need to shoot this week, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had one in 30-06 there. They had like 3. They didn't have one in 22 mag. But they had I think it was a 30-06. I think I saw 270.
Yeah.
And
there were 2 dudes that were married looking at the 30-06. Jim's leaving on that one. No, they were looking at the 6.5 Creedmoor. I know.
I saw one of those today too. But it wasn't
every day. I look through my photos and I scroll back to this photo that Tin Man sent me like a year ago. I freaking die laughing every single day. I like, if I'm looking through my photos, I scroll back to this one that Tin Man sent me.
I know exactly which one you're talking about.
I've seen it 1,000 times and I still cry when I see it, man. I cry every time I look at it. Okay, hang on. All right, you see that?
Blow this up, Jim.
blow Preacher up real quick. Get a full
Blow
screen.
Preacher up for my poor tired eyes.
Tin Man sent me this a long time ago, and I've kept it on my phone for 3 years. It is absolutely hilarious. Okay, let's get it up here like right. Okay, 30-06, 300 Win Mag, 6.5 Creed. Oh man, I laugh. And I've this one right here. I pull me back up one more time. This will be the last one, I promise. Okay, you ready? Deer hit will live. How can you tell? 6.5 Creedmoor case in snow.
Oh, do you have the one?
I send these to guys that have seen them 3 times already, and I still send them because I know they're funny every time they look at them.
Do you still have the one with what the hell's the guy's name in Brokeback Mountain? Jake Gyllenhaal, the 2 cowboys hugging, and one of them says to the other, "Go ahead, stay the night. We can shoot our Creedmoors tomorrow."
Yes.
Oh, I wonder how many people listening have a Creedmoor.
They just dropped. See how many subs you just dropped.
They know.
And dude at LOL. Oh man, I'm telling you that dude with the hairy chest, man, and the women's clothes. I cry every freaking time. I'm scrolling. I'm like trying to show somebody a picture of a deer I shot 3 years ago, and I scroll by that and I start laughing. And I don't even know if you have a 6.5 Creedmoor, but you need to see this. And I show it to 'em.
What about the Rosie O'Donnell one with who did they catch with the hairy chest? Gaddafi or whoever they caught? Remember that one? When they caught Gaddafi and who did they catch in the hole? Okay.
Oh, that was Saddam Hussein.
Saddam.
Yeah, it's Saddam, a big hairy chest, and they got Rosie O'Donnell's face on it. Just
no, that's really Rosie. I'll guarantee you that's really Rosie.
oh, I love those.
I haven't seen any really good ones lately. I've been browsing.
Man.
Well, I think that's what Instagram is for. I just got back on today.
I get them on Discord.
I joined it, but I can't navigate around there, and I still can't.
I dumped all form of social media back in September.
Yeah.
Man, that's the only thing I miss is the memes and the videos of people like ramping school buses and stuff like that. I mean, that's all I miss. But the reason I can't have it is because I would sit there all day and watch it.
Yeah.
And
I did that.
Gosh.
6 years ago now was when 7 years ago I got rid of Facebook, and well, really that's about it. That's the only one I was really on was Facebook. But yeah, I got rid of that a long time ago.
That one, but, now that Musk has X, so I might join that. But I'm not a media guy either. I don't do forums, none of that. I don't, like you say, I don't have time.
Did you? I was driving a lot this past week. I listened to Joe Rogan interviewing Elon Musk on his podcast.
Yes,
the recent one.
Had his new Beast truck. I mean, he's making like a stainless steel, bulletproof truck. You can shoot it with a 9mm or a 45; it won't penetrate it.
And
Rogan was like, I can shoot it with a bow and arrow. I can get in it. He's like, no, you can't, man. Rogan shot it with a bow and arrow and a steel broadhead, and it barely left a scratch.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like an 80-pound pull bow, which is pretty heavy. And he had a big arrow and a big heavy broadhead.
Yeah.
And it was like, bam. And he goes, I hardly even dented it.
Yeah.
You could see the broadhead in that video. Part of it whizzed right by the camera guy.
I didn't see the video. I was driving.
That video's good.
Musk learned the last time, right? Because didn't the last time they had the truck demo and everything, didn't like they break the window or something?
Yeah, he told somebody they couldn't break the window.
Yeah, like it was just, the truck was supposed to be so, and they threw a brick at it, and the window broke. So I think this time, if he was going to let Rogan shoot it, he knew damn sure that nothing was going to penetrate.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to be embarrassed twice.
But one thing I'll say about Elon, I mean, he turned Twitter into, you can really say anything you want, and they don't put the brakes on you.
And he got rid of a bunch of people that were a bunch of crybabies and having a hissy. And he's like, let's thin the herd here on our staff. It needs to. And I really like that. I respect that. So, and that's why that popped up. I saw the Rogan thing, and they're just sitting there having cigars, drinking whiskey, and it was pretty damn funny. I was like, I don't mind Musk at all.
Now he's really a good dude. I mean, Elon has good. He's smart, and he's pro freedom. He's pro, everything that you want in America. That's what Elon is.
And he likes to screw with people. I love it.
He's a smart mouth, man. I mean, smart mouth.
Oh, he likes to just screw with people, get under their skin.
Yep.
Especially the liberals. But another thing they did on their preacher was they were talking about him fighting Zuckerberg. Okay. And they're just sitting there drinking whiskey. It's like, anytime, any place. I told him that a million times. It's, what did he call it? He called it the walrus theory. I am bigger than him. I'll just lay on him and he's done. I don't need to train. He goes, "What about Zuckerberg training and all this stuff?" And that's all fake. Yes, man. And he goes, "I do the walrus technique. You just lay on him. He's done." I like the guy.
I do. I mean, I didn't really know much about him, and I listened to that podcast.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I like this guy.
I don't know what he's done in his past, but what I've seen recently, I like him. He's actually funny and everything.
Chico says he's a freaking genius, and I agree. I mean, the dude is super smart, but he's not so smart he can't relate to the common man. He can still tell jokes that everybody gets.
And he's not like one of the elites. You can actually sit down with him and have a beer or something, and it'd be fun.
Oh, it was hilarious.
The problem with the elites like Zuckerman and all those guys, what happens is they get propelled up to an area where they really don't know what's going on. So they circle themselves with people that are going to go, yes, yes, yes. Yep, 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 yep. And that's all they do. And, it just makes them happy with their decisions. Oh, that's a great decision. Yeah.
Like when Bruce Lee used to go, Pah! And 5 people would fall over. He didn't really even hit them. They were like, oh, Bruce Lee's so powerful. Yeah. And they'd all fall down.
Yeah. Yep. That's it. That's what we got. And unfortunately, that's involved in our government as well. That whole pow. They all fall down because that's what they're paid to do.
So
that's what they see their job.
You guys want to change subjects and talk about reloading for a minute?
Yeah.
I got a good reloading story to tell you.
Okay.
So a friend of mine had a manufacturing business. He had a machine shop. They used to make suppressors a few years ago, and their insurance wouldn't insure them anymore for suppressors, so he had to give it up. So he called Hodgdon's Powder, and he said, "Hey, I'm a manufacturing company." Gave him his name, and he said, "Can I get powder? Because I need to test rifles and all these." And they were like, "Yeah, we'll set you right up as a dealer." They sent him this price list. It was unreal. And he was like, "So how much can I get?" And he placed a little order, like a couple cases of powder. They sent it right to him because he didn't even know if it was legit, So he sends in this gigantic order. And of course, I've known this guy since we were kids. He's like calling me like, "Hey man, you want to order any powder?" I said, "Yeah, I want a case of Varget and I want a case of IMR 3031. So he's like, "Okay." So he's placing this gigantic, he's trying to get a full pallet order coming in. Hodgins calls him and says, "You're only allowed 8 pounds per year per employee." And he's like, "Really?" And he said, "I thought I could order as much as I want." We got all kinds of powder. Everybody I know has ordered powder. And he's like, "Yeah, I can only do 8 pounds per employee." "How many employees you got?" He goes like, "I got 5. He goes, "Okay, I'll send you 40 pounds. Well, I got my case of Varget and I got a case of IMR 3031. I got 10 pounds of Varget and 10 pounds of IMR 3031. My part of the shipping, everything was $618. I'm getting this for less than $30 a pound plus shipping.
Yeah. Just goes
Varget right now is going for around $50 a pound in my area. 3031's going for around 40, and I was getting it for 30.
Wow, it's that expensive now?
Yes. If you can find Varget, it's 50 to 55 a pound.
Yep.
And I got it all. I got it all for $30 a pound.
Yeah.
And about $18 shipping.
That's what these distributors are doing. They're manipulating the price.
It's all markup. We got it straight from Hodgins.
Absolutely.
And isn't 3031 the one you use for everything? You have the pet powder.
Yeah. You can load everything from 222 to 30-06 with a 3031 load. It's just a arsenal powder.
You can load. 3031.
There was one powder that was your pet powder, and I think that's what it was.
That was it. I loaded 30-06, 22-250, 243, 308, 30-06. I loaded all that with 3031.
Yeah, and I do 30,
even loaded
30 and 223.
Yeah. And it used to you could get it for around $26 a pound in my area.
Yeah, they had it at the pawn shop, and I scoffed at it because they wanted like $30. And now, kicking yourself.
Now you're like, damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
No,
saw
it's-
some
it's
for
a great
42.
powder.
I saw some for $42 a couple weeks ago. But anyways, I got this for an even $30 a pound.
Mm.
So yeah, I've got powder. And Idaho Rogers sent me a pound of H1000 for this 7 mag.
Mm.
I sent him a package. I don't know if he got it or not. I sent him a bunch of deer jerky and some possum salt. I don't remember what all. I sent him a bunch of stuff. But yeah, anyways, I'm pretty much good on Varget and IMR 3031 for years.
Well, that's good, Harold.
Well, I
wish I had a buddy with a gun shop. That's sweet.
So he can't buy anymore until January.
That's only a couple months.
Yeah. Well, anyways, he can only buy 8 pounds. He can only buy 40 pounds of powder a year.
I have some Varget because of a friend. Maybe I should go look at see if there's a sticker on it. Price.
It's really good for 223.
That was before COVID. It was probably like $38.
But this friend wanted me to load for the foul.
Uh-huh.
I think he's the guy in the upper. This guy. Should I go look at the sticker on there?
You can look at the sticker. It's probably something crazy like 28,
Yep.
but
Hang on.
I think that pound of True Blue I bought you was like 21.
Let me guess. It's in a metal can,
Oh no.
a square metal can.
Nope, this is from 3 years. Oh, hell, almost 4 years ago now.
I got some 4198 in a metal can. I've got some unique in a cardboard can.
Heck yeah.
My favorite way to buy powder is just to buy it from somebody whose husband died. And like, ma'am, I'll just give you X amount of dollars for everything he's got, and I'll clean this room out, and you won't have to look at it anymore.
Yeah.
And you come home with a bunch of weird stuff. Let's hear it, Jim.
Okay, you guys ready?
HD Varget.
$31.
That's heavy duty Varget.
HD. That's basically what I paid for it was $31 right now.
Wow. I didn't realize powder's going up that much.
Dude, I'm pretty
50
sure.
to
I'm pretty
55
sure I have a pound of Varget over there that says $70 on it. I bet.
Yeah, James, it's came down. It's actually came down.
Mm-hmm.
People paid more.
I think the last stuff I bought, Red Dot, was $15 on sale.
Oh,
And he had a ton of it. I should have bought more.
mm-hmm. Red Dot, you can load anything with that. And the way of pistol, and even, cast bullet rifle, just for plinking loads and stuff like that for out to 50 to 100 yards or whatever. I mean, Red Dot works great, man. It's great.
I got some 2400 also at the ATV shop. Let me go check the price on 2400.
That's an old favorite, 2400. And it is still hanging in there. It's an old powder, but I mean, there's a lot of powders that compare to it, but nothing really beats it.
Get really good velocity on 2400.
I shoot it 300 blackout and 357 mag.
Yeah.
I got an 8-pound jug of that stuff that I paid $135 for.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't really want to kind of rub this in again, but Jeff Barlett down in Kentucky, he was a contractor. He used to do all the pull down for all military, cartridges and stuff like that. And he was all set up, and he would recover the components. And that was part of his contract to recover the components and sell that brass, bullets, and powder. And I used to get IMR 4895 for $22 for an 8-pound jug. And I used to order like 8 of them at a time. I went through so much 48.95 that you would not believe it. I mean, I load thousands and thousands of rounds of 48.95 and also the 150 grain bowtail bullets. I mean, I used to be able to buy those for like $28 per thousand. They were pulled bullets, but they shot just fine out to 300 yards. That's all I wanted. You know, I could get into the X ring and the 10 ring with those bullets. That's all I cared about.
This will make you cry. $10.98.
Yep.
$10.89 for some Sierra 7 mag bullets.
I have some. I have bullets with stickers on them and make people cry. Yeah, same with ammo. The 2400. And here's the funny thing. My son's like, "Hey, you want any of this?" I'm down at the ATV, and he gives me the price, and I'm like, "Oh, that sounds a little high, you know." And get me 2 of them, $28. And this isn't long ago. This wasn't long ago. So
You're lucky. Alliant powder has really shot up. Alliant powder, you can't even get bullseye for less than like $45 a pound right now.
holy crap!
Yeah,
I'm going back to that ATV shop, see if they still have old stock.
Yeah,
I got some either number 7 or 17, and some other stuff, but didn't realize powder. I thought powder was coming back down.
And now everybody's still in horde mode.
Let me click you. You're at the bottom. I got to pan down. Hang on.
It looks like the stuff Pat's dipping. What is that? 870 Evo?
Samsung.
This ain't reloading stuff. Was this in your Nintendo game? What's going on?
So my sister had a crisis, and I had to copy her hard drive. So that's what these are. This is the old hard drive that I couldn't copy on her computer, and the new hard drive that I successfully copied now, thanks to Pat, recommended me I get one of these cloning machines for the hard drives. I think it worked.
Wow.
So
see, Pat's a smart ass cookie. I tell you that.
He is.
He's a smart.
Pat is like an Airedale dog. He's a lot smarter than he looks.
No, this should bring back some memories to some old reloaders out there. This is HS5.
$3.
$3.
Man, that looks like a pack of cigarillos.
It's the old cardboard can.
Are those 120s?
$3. HS5. $3.
Cardboard. Who would have thunk? You know,
Yeah.
cardboard. Let's put the powder.
It's still good. It's still good. There's no rust in it or anything.
I tell people all the time, don't load it. Don't load it till you're ready to shoot it. You know?
Yeah.
The components don't go bad.
I say that too. Load 5 at a time. 5.
So components don't go bad unless you have your powder in a metal can and it gets rusty.
Even if it goes bad, load them for plinkers.
Yeah, and when you move from the Puget Sound down to Utah, it might be a good idea to just let that stuff air out for a while.
When it goes bad, give it to your brother-in-law.
Yeah. Crack the lid on it, let it sit in the windowsill for a couple days.
Put it in the oven at 150.
Let it dry out.
Dry it out.
Yeah, especially if you're coming from Seattle. You know, it's always damp up here.
Yep. Looks like Ocho's got it fixed. He's on his way home.
Yeah, who would have thunk it? $3. Stuff's so good. And actually, it shoots really well. I had another can of it, and I shot it all up in 45. And it shot perfect. No problem.
I wonder.
By the way, HS5 is discontinued. You can't find it anywhere. And the only way you can get load data for this is looking in old manuals.
They still make HS6 though, right? How close is that?
Yes, HS6. It's more of an intense powder. I use a lot of HS6 and 9mm. It works excellent in 9mm. HS6 it's great. That and AA number 7. AA number 7 and HS6 works fantastic in 9mm. That is the shit right there. That's where you're going to meet your power factors and everything else. You want, if you want intense loads, factory velocities, good accuracy, the whole bit, HS6 or AA number 7. They've never failed me.
All right, let's see. Oh, you're not kidding. Vargas, $49 on up on Ammo Seek right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you got to pay the shipping and the hazmat on top of that. So your $50 pound powder just became $74.
Some people are asking $65, and one store is $99.
Well, yeah, stay off a gun broker.
My wife was like, I can't believe you spent $618 on powder. I'm like, baby, I got enough powder that our grandkids will probably inherit the last jug. We're good for a long time.
Never have to buy it again.
I'm like, believe me, we did good.
You might have spent $600, so that's $6,000 worth of stuff today.
Yeah, exactly. I told her, I was like, we got
$1,000 worth of stuff.
20 pounds of my most common shooting powder. I'm like, we're good for a long time, babe.
I used to say that when I'd buy a carton of cigarettes, like, oh, I won't have to buy any for a long time. No, I just smoked more.
It's like you know,
he'll go through a pound of powder this week.
Tim's going 2 at a time.
When I smoke cigarettes, you know, I thought, you know, I'll start buying light cigarettes and everything. I smoked twice as much. You know, I mean, I smoked twice as much. It was like, man, I just opened this pack like, you know, this morning.
Okay, preacher. This is an old Twilight Zone, and I'm going to relate it to your situation. Okay. The world went to hell. There's one man left, and he likes to read. And he found a library, and he's happy he can read all the books in the world.
You're describing my life, Jim.
Until he dropped his glasses.
Yeah, you're describing my life right there.
Now, preacher, you're sitting on all this powder until primers dry up, and you can't even use it.
Well, that's when I break out Pat's flintlock and go to town on them.
Jim, doesn't the way that end is he's sitting on the stairs, right, of the library, and he's looking at his glasses, and he's going, "It's not fair. It's not fair."
That's not fair.
It was the perfect scenario. You have everything you want, and then it's just ripped right out of you, the testicles.
Describing my whole life.
You know,
preacher, you got enough buddies. You won't dry up on primers. Somebody will get you.
I'll shoot somebody in the back of the head and take theirs.
There you go.
But that's great. You could get your favorite go-to do-all powder that you always liked.
Somebody was like, preacher, I bet you got like 10,000 primers and hundreds of pounds of powder. I said, no, I got a list of people that have those, and I'm going to shoot one of them if it gets bad.
Hey, it's the preacher.
I don't have nothing.
If it gets so bad that we're fighting over primers and powder, I'm just going to shoot somebody that's got it all. I'm going to do it for science and humanity.
Nah, I think Shields is going to save the world on that one. They're pulling through pretty good. Shields is where it's at. They got primers for $68 a brick. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
Shield?
Shields. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
so they got all kinds of. The only primers that I can't find at Shields right now are large pistol and large rifle. Although they had large rifle the other day, and I could have bought them. But dude, small pistol and small rifle, I can get them any day.
Where's this at? Is this the place down Texarkana?
No, that's the Expansion Industries. Shields is just like Cabela's.
Yeah,
They're all over the place. I mean, they got them out in Utah. They got them here in
because
Iowa.
They won't ship, so it doesn't do me any good.
yeah. Let me check. I think there's one in Utah.
Yeah, there is one in Utah, Jim.
EILS.
SCHEELS.
So you have to go to them. Yeah, they won't ship. You've got to go to the store and get
They
them.
will not ship, right? I mean, they're about an hour away from me to Iowa City. That's where they're at, Coralville. But yeah, dude, hang on, let me look at their website right now. Come on. Actually,
Oh, Sandy. Okay, they're in Sandy. All right. We got one. And Sportsman's Warehouse had cheap, so I can tag team the two and see if they
Man,
get down to a
Mhm.
reasonable price.
I miss Sportsman's Warehouse. They were great.
Yeah, full price. Full price is like, wow.
Preacher, the closest one to you is in Tulsa.
Huh.
Well, Gunny's up here. You guys that were up here, they have primers, but they're like $70-something. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not.
You ain't gonna beat it.
What about Shields and Warehouse? They
Well,
were
68. I mean, yeah, you're gonna pay about $70 a brick right now if you go most places, unless you get an estate sale or a gun show or something.
I know, but it was 100. Okay.
Oh, there's still a brick of primers at one of my local gun stores that has a $124 price tag on it. He's gonna eat that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, sit on it, bud.
Today
Yep.
I saw 3 boxes of small rifle for $149.99.
Man,
Golly.
I know, and like the Magnum primers, the small pistol Magnums were 110.
Wow.
And old
Ridiculous.
stuff.
I ain't doing it, man. If I can't get them for $60, I ain't doing it. I
Yeah.
was buying those things. It wasn't
I don't
4
blame
years
you.
ago. I was buying them for $28 a thousand.
yeah, 4 years ago, right?
I know.
Tell you what,
What's
I'm glad I got
changed?
into reloading when I did. Whew, because I stacked it deep when I was finding them for $25 a thousand. I bought a bunch.
I was getting an 18 for S&B brick.
But I used them all. I don't have anything.
Paying $115 for a sleeve of 5,000. $115 for a sleeve of 5,000.
I
Any
got a brick of
any
S&P.
size you want, and I stocked up. at that time.
I've got
Which
a brick
was
of S&Bs
box
that Uncle
box.
Jim gave me.
Oh
He
yeah,
gave me a brick of S&Bs.
yeah, but I'm an Indian giver. I'm Indian.
He wants them back.
Hey,
That Indian blood that comes out. Wait a minute. Where's my
Yeah, you
blanket?
got that, and
that was the
a golf ball launcher.
that was the cheapest actor that he's ever hired too. S&Bs. And I drug like a couple of barrels by my nuts for that.
And he stuck you with cooking for him.
I paid him in primers. Yeah,
Yeah, he stuck you with cooking for him on top of being the cheapest paid actor. Can you believe that? And you drove to his house.
Golly.
Oh man.
I'm telling you, when I shot that can of peas and carrots with his 308, and then I started frozen peas and carrots out of my mouth, and I watched it on his video, I laughed so hard I couldn't. I had a six-pack. I had a six-pack abs for 3 days after that.
Both videos were good. What about the princess when she went tumbling? I just said, okay, I'm going to put it in slow mo. And we had one shot. Oh, how priceless was that? It's so glad I put it in slow mo. That is like one of my favorite all time.
Right through the bust, and you just see her doing cartwheels out of the camera frame.
I told Jim, I said,
Yeah.
I'm aiming at her boobs. He goes, good luck, or something like that.
Right there. Yeah.
And she goes end over end. Meanwhile, a bird in a cart is rolling around. Oh, it's hilarious. Big bird. Oh. That's on the loading room wall forever. Oh. Yeah, that was fun.
Mm.
That was good. You know, we needed part 3.
Chessport says, "Did you give him spent primers?" Did you check those, Harold?
Oh, that would have been awesome. Just, he's shaking it. Oh, it's full. And he gets home, son of a bitch.
Jim's like, "What do you need?" I said, "Well, I can always use primers." He just throws a brick down. He goes, "Here you go." I was like, "Wow, that's a $30 expense." I didn't know until now he got them for 18. I'm like,
that was during Obama.
I'm thinking he gave me $30 primers. He gave me $18 primers.
Oh, yeah, I bet they were.
I gave him $50 a pound barbecue, and he gave me
now they're like
primers.
$5 primers. So
I gave him $50 a pound brisket. And he gives me $18 primers.
Hey man, at least he let you shoot his guns.
That's because I'm a good shopper and I got him right before the scare.
And then we find out now he was even stashing them in his son's safe. We didn't even see all of them.
Yeah,
he was hiding them.
Oh, listen, hey, Jim can say what he wants, but he's got Mormon tendencies when it comes to stockpiling. I've seen the underside of his home. There's stuff stored in there he could live on the mountain for many years.
I'm starting to question that now that you say that, because he's also got a Mormon assault vehicle. He's got an all-wheel drive van.
No, the Mormon assault vehicle is the mini bikes, because they ride bicycles everywhere they go. He's got the mini bikes. It's apocalypse ready.
Yeah, we don't have a single 10-speed to go preaching on. Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Them poor Mormons got to switch it up, because if you see a guy in a string tie or a thin tie and a 10-speed, right away, that ain't no Jehovah's Witness. You know exactly who it is.
That ain't no Jehovah's Witness. It's like, honey, lock the door and turn the lights out. I see him coming down the road.
We did that the other day. We did that last week. There was somebody going door to door. We hid the kids in the kitchen and shut all the lights off.
Kids, be quiet.
Yeah.
King Kong's outside. Can't say a word. He'll hear us.
My wife was like, I got some Snickers for Halloween. And I'm like, for who?
The trick-or-treaters.
Who's coming to the door? Are you kidding?
A couple of alpine hikers come by.
Yeah. That's one thing I love. No knocks at the door unless, some neighbor or something.
Lived here 24 years, never had one trick-or-treater.
Wow, really?
I've shot a few kids at the cattle guard, but I've never had one trick-or-treater.
They didn't make it past the gate.
It was the chainsaw and the flesh mask that turned it.
We had 3 this year because it was 34 degrees and windy that night. Yeah, we had 3 of them come through our neighborhood. That was it.
Wow, we used to get hammered.
Us too normally, but like I said, it was too cold and windy this year.
Used to have a separate costume in the bottom of my bag, and whoever was giving out the full size candy bars, we'd change costumes and hit them again.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were like, "Wasn't you kids just here?" No, that was my brother. Wasn't us.
You just have a reverse mask and hit the doorbell again.
Oh man.
You got to throw the eggs at the house giving out candy corn.
I'm going to tell you the best story ever happened at Halloween. We were kids trick-or-treating. We was dressed like soldiers. We always just wore camouflage. These teenagers come by, and there was like 10 of them sitting in the bed of a truck. And they were like, ha, 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 throw it at them. And I could see the guy with a cigarette lighter lighting what we called a chaser. You know, it would just it was like a big old giant bottle rocket with no stick on it. And they lit it and threw it. There was 3 of us. It was me and Kevin and Chad. And they threw it right at our feet and they were laughing and they took off and Kevin picked it up and threw it back at them. And it landed in the bed of the pickup and just started bouncing off the walls. And these high school kids were just bailing out of the truck while it was running. And we were standing there laughing like, ha, 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 ha. And man, when it finally stopped and the truck stopped and everybody got up off the asphalt, this guy goes, I'm going to beat your ass. We took off running and we were hiding in the bull bucking chutes of the rodeo arena at the fairgrounds. And they were driving around looking for us. And we were laying down in the bucking chutes hiding. And I mean, they were mad. They were saying something about, it was like a 50s model truck. And that chaser like burned marks in their bed of their truck. And they were all mad about it. We were going to get killed. But yeah, we were just standing there like, yeah, all the high school kids jumped out of the truck. We won. And then it was a race for your life across the pasture to hide.
Crap, they're not dead. They can still catch us.
The chase was always the best.
Oh man, I'll never forget the sound of that guy's voice. I'm gonna beat your ass. And I was like, what? And we just jumped the fence. I mean, we jumped it like a deer, man. We jumped the fence and ran across the pasture. And they were like hiding the fairgrounds. We was like in the hog troughs, you know, where they were like would store all the livestock during the fair. And that truck was coming around. And I'm like, no, they'll spot us in here. Go to the rodeo arena. I was laying down in the bucking chutes, man. Laying down in the bucking chutes, and they were driving around, threatening to kill us. Good times.
Well, one thing I can say about Halloween, is that, you know, back when we had Halloween, you know, as kids, it was completely different. It was completely different than it is today. So, you know, it's really sad what it's degraded to now. You know, a lot of people don't, you know, participate in Halloween. They leave their front porch lights off. You go to a neighborhood, there's only like, you know, a half a dozen houses maybe that still decorate and still, you know, participate in it. But, you know, back in our day, everybody did. And not just that, you know, I mean, big industry, you know, like, you know, Hershey's, all the rest of these different, you know, candy companies and stuff like that. They used to have, you know, sales, you know, on Halloween candy because it was all about kids. It was all about that, you know. And I mean, you go down and get a whole package of the fun size candy bars for next to nothing because they knew it was Halloween. Yeah, and nowadays it's a big marketing thing, and especially with the CGI they have nowadays for the movies, and even some of the costume stuff you can buy nowadays. I'm sorry, it looks real. You know what I mean? Yeah. You have to get close. And you know, it's like Uncle Jim, for instance. You know, Uncle Jim, he gets dressed up, but we all know that it's Uncle Jim because it's just a costume with Uncle Jim, you know. And we know it's, you know, it's all made up, and it's our, you know, it's our perception of what Halloween was. But nowadays, there are people out there that, you know, they look like they got slaughtered. They got all kinds of weird tubes and sticking out of them and all kinds of other crap. And, you know, you have to get close, you know, to you know, hey, are you okay? I mean, is this real? Did you get a car accident or what? You know? Yeah.
We set up 8 cars.
You know what? The bottom line is that Halloween is degraded into this thing where we're glorifying death. And that's not good. Yeah. There's nothing good about that at all, period. It was fun when we were kids, but it ain't, you know.
Well, while you were on that subject, Halloween night, I said, I want to watch a good old horror movie. The original Frankenstein, nothing real scary. The original vampire, whatever.
Right.
I get on there and it's all this modern crap that's gorier than hell. I want, you know, the original Frankenstein, you know.
Yeah, you can tell it's a guy in a costume. It's nothing to be
couldn't
funny.
find it
You know,
on
it's nothing to be scary enough.
I couldn't find it on TV. It was all just guts stuff.
So
Anyway.
we set up 8 cars in the parking lot at church, and we did trunk or treat, right? We had between 220 and 230 kids come through.
Yeah.
They were all very appreciative. They were like, thank you so much for doing this. Not a lot of people are doing trick or treat anymore. It's hard to go door to door.
No,
But my 2 favorite costumes out of the whole night. This one kid come by, he was wearing a referee suit, black and white jersey, black pants, had on sunglasses and a blind cane, and he was the blind ref. It was hilarious.
That's good stuff.
My second favorite was this dude come by with a big afro wig and a beard. He was Bob Ross. He had a deal of paint and a paintbrush. He even had chest hair coming out of his shirt. And I died laughing, man.
It
was
nothing scary about it, but
it was hilarious.
Yeah. My last house for the kids, because Halloween was huge for me. We look forward to it forever. So I wanted to make sure the kids got a house that was duded up, and every year I'd spend a lot of time duding that place, and I had the music and the everything in the yard. And some tricks to play on them, of course. But anyway, they'd come by and they say, "Oh man, thank you so much. It's lame out there."
Yeah, that's
And
what they told us.
Thanks for doing the house, and I'm duded up. Uncle Jim. Of course, I answer the door. So yeah, I did that for the kids because it was getting lame out there. And
Jim,
my son was young.
I can still see the strap going underneath your chin that holds on the thing that looks like you got a cleaver in your head. And everybody can tell. It's a costume, but they got stuff nowadays. This shit looks real, dude. It does. It looks real. It looks like somebody went and clommed you in the head with a freaking cleaver.
When that kid come by with the red and white cane, tapping the floor with the blind glasses on, going past interference, like to fell over, man.
That's perfect. That was pretty good. Somebody put some thought into that one.
Humor.
Yep. Yeah, it was good times. Everybody loved it, man. It was great. The kids loved it. I mean, there were carloads of kids. I mean, they popped the trunk, they popped the hatch on an SUV, and 8 kids would come running out. And it was good, man. I told the church, I'm like, we ought to do this every year, do it bigger and better every year, and just get a reputation as being the church that does it. It was great. Everybody loved it.
Back in our day, we would have 2 pillowcases full of candy.
Yeah.
We would go to neighborhood. Some mom would go ahead and volunteer to take us around, and we would just go to all these different neighborhoods and just absolutely just clean up. And we had candy forever.
We did the same thing. I'm telling you, Dave, same thing. We would go. There were old people back then that would still make like homemade popcorn balls and Rice Krispies.
Yeah. Yep.
And we knew who they were. And some 80-year-old great grandma would come to the door and give us rice.
Big smile on her face and everything. Oh yeah.
I was like, oh man.
Yeah, the candy popcorn balls that were like cherry flavored too were my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
oh man.
Yep. Them old ladies would spend 2 days making all them popcorn balls.
Yep.
And for kids.
Yeah.
For kids. Because
they ain't like that. It's not like that anymore.
No.
It's sad.
No, it is. We've lost something.
We have a pretty good neighborhood. We live in a cul-de-sac, dead end road. So the street comes to us and then it goes up from us, and then at the dead end it comes back down. It's a pretty good neighborhood for the kids to go up, and a lot like when the weather's not bad, we get probably about 50, 100 kids, which still it should be way more than that, you'd think.
Well, the neighbors, for instance, the neighbors, Danielle, she's probably going to find me dead out in the yard. She's the one who's probably going to go ahead and call my daughter. But anyway, the bottom line is that, they still have the big party for the kids over there. So, there's usually 75 to 100 kids that come over there. and they have the Halloween party with a whole, dunking for apples and the whole bit, and then they dress up and they give prizes away for the different costumes and stuff. And, it's a communal party that happens in my neighborhood, and
That's
they
cool.
put it on. So, yeah, and they put it on, and they're really cool people,
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
I drove by a house on the way to my sister's. I think it was yesterday or the day before. She kind of lives up on a bluff over in Illinois somewhere, but there's houses to the east of her that are all pretty much like 2-3 acre lots. They're big. And this one house, you could tell they had a Halloween maze set up in the timber in their front yard that the kids could go through and do a whole bunch of cool stuff, and the lights and stuff hanging from the trees and all that. It was really cool seeing that. I wish I'd have known about that. I'd taken the kids through there.
Yeah.
So some people still do it.
And that's cool. And people's hearts are in it. And you know what? Like I said, the people, who they are, and your kids are going to go someplace safe. And I'm totally cool with that. But going door to door anymore, not a good idea. Yeah, that's really not a good idea. There's some weirdos out there. There are people that ruin it. And and people just aren't participating in it anymore. They're just like, and again, like I said, when it was our age and era and time, it was fun, and it was all fake, and you knew what was going on. But nowadays with everything like CGI and all this realistic stuff, it just glorifies death, and it scares the hell out of kids. It's not for kids anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's sad. It's degraded to that.
I couldn't find a wholesome Halloween movie. The one night I wanted to watch one, there was nothing but smut crap on TV. Kill, slaughter.
Dude, I just watched my wife and I just watched the original Exorcist, I think it was last weekend. And even that's it's pretty disturbing.
Yeah, it is. It does. It gets under your skin. And the thing that gets me is that, the whole thing with the t-shirt with the skulls, or that, the hat with a skull on it, or whatever, dude, what are you really representing there? That's death. That glorifies death. Why are you wearing that? That's a power thing for you. You need to reach deeper into whatever side you have and figure that out, man.
I have a tattoo of a skull on my body.
Don't show us.
You thought it was probably cool at the
nowhere
time.
naughty.
Yeah, but you probably thought it was cool at the time, and you probably don't think it's too cool anymore.
No, it took like a year. It took like a year for me to regret it.
I was in the Air Force with a girl who said she had my name tattooed on her butt. She goes, "I've got your name tattooed on my butt." I was like, "Really, Harold? Really?" And she was like, "I've got your name tattooed on my butt." And she pulled the edge of her pants down where I could see her butt cheek, and it said, "Your name," in the middle of a heart. It was your name. That's all it said. I was like, wow, covered all your bases there, hon.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
I don't like to admit this, but I knew a chick that was a stripper, and she had it put on her butt. I love Dave.
I love
And she
Dave.
had a heart there and everything. Yeah, oh yeah. And I was like, "You didn't put that there because of me." She said, "No, that's my dad's name." I said, "Okay."
Well, looky here. We got New York City Reloader. Haven't seen him in a long time.
No kidding.
All right.
How's it going?
Fellas,
New York
it's
City
after
Reloader.
I've got to go to bed, guys. I got to get to bed. So
Hey, we're
let's
4.5
sign off. Somebody else can jump on.
No, we're 4.5 hours. Let's do this. I'm glad
Yeah.
Cranky came on. He should be in bed.
I know. I should be. I was hoping Ozark would make it.
Hey,
He's on his way
always,
home.
always
No,
a fantastic guy. It's always a fantastic time with you guys, no matter what we're
Hey,
spending.
don't let me ruin it. Y'all stay up and
No,
talk.
no. I've been.
It was
You know how long Jim's been waiting for somebody to say they're going to leave? He wants to
I've been
shut it down.
Yeah, I've been hoping for an exit. I need to eat dinner, and it's late.
All right. Hey, I'm moving. Y'all stay up and tell each other goodbye for another 2 hours.
Okay.
Love you guys.
We call that a
Sometimes
Midwest, we call that a Midwest
That is
goodbye.
true. That happens. I've actually heard the goodbyes, and then 3 hours later, you guys are still on.
That's a Midwest goodbye.
Thanks for coming on, Preacher and Cranky, and all of you guys.
Yeah, Harold is wonderful. He's just such a wonderful man. I
He's
really
awesome.
respect that guy. I
Where
really do.
is the? Let's see. Anyway, any last words, guys?
All hail
Hey.
Pat, all hail Pat, the IT guy.
November 30th, I no longer will be employed and I will be retired. November 30th at midnight, I will no longer be employed and I will be officially retired.
26 days, man. You can do it.
Nice.
Hey, I got that officially through Portsmouth today on an email, and they printed it all out, and I had to forward that to the command. So I'm
Good
done.
for you, man. Congratulations.
It's all done. You bet.
Nice.
And now I get to open a whole new chapter of my life, figuring out my retirement. So
You'll be busier than you were when you were working, right, Jim?
I got a feeling that
That's right. Okay, I love you in the side chat. People listening tonight, tomorrow. Love y'all. And
We love you, Jim. Just remember that. We all love you, Jim.
We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
And don't, and if you like shiny things, watch my last video. Usually I don't promote myself, but watch that one. I had fun.
You put 3 or 4 videos up. You put 3 or 4 videos up yesterday. I didn't even had time
He
to watch
did.
it yet.
He did. He's been.
and then I deleted half. Okay. But anyway, the last video I just did before the chat, so watch that. I could have taken my time, but it was fun anyway.
Can I say one thing before we break? And I will say this: I'm not sponsored. I don't own any of their farms or anything like that. But I'm going to tell you one thing: everybody in every review and every single person that I have talked to that has bought a Foxtrot's Mike's AR platform rifle is completely satisfied and happy with it. They are very good firearms. I will say that much. That Foxtrot's Mike's, they make great stuff.
I love them. I don't know about this monkey on the desk, but I love the ones I have.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you what, Jim.
Let's talk about the one on your desk. Go grab it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, didn't you have to get another bolt or something
We
for that?
are saying goodbye, everyone.
Dave, shut the fuck up.
Dave, get in line.
No, we're not doing that. Just
get in line, Dave. Get in line. Okay. All right. Good night, everybody. Love you all on the side.
That's awesome.
And